Hello, how are you? This is November 12th, 2022. Yes. Um, so today's topic might be luck. As luck would have it, you have found us. Who's us? Well, we're whoever gathers for this meeting on Zoom today to discuss luck. Well, we discuss other things, but let's see how it goes, how lucky we are. Do you feel lucky? I'm feeling lucky. Do you ever, when you're Googling for stuff, do you ever type in something and then click the I'm feeling lucky button? I I haven't done that before, but I just found out that it's supposed to just bring up the uh, top search. So it it I would think that it just skips looking at all the other results and just opens up to the top search. So if you're feeling lucky, you might want to try that. Oh, I haven't tried that. Let's try it. I got a phone here. I'm using the phone for recording, but let me take the blur off. I can do this. Backgrounds, maybe? None. All right, it's better. Mm, now go back. Okay, so yes, so I have a phone here. Let's see. I'm going to go. Let's say she. Oh, I don't know if this will work on a phone. I could go to Google Chrome and put it in. Let's see. I could put it in. I don't know. What would you call it? Hit the three, the menu or the more buttons, the three dots, and switch it over to desktop. Maybe go to Google. Let's see, google.com. What's that look like? Okay, so here's google.com. Wait a minute. I have a desktop version. Okay, so that's the desktop version. So it might, I got in a dark mode. So as you can see, maybe If you look right there. Oh boy. Maybe I should flip. Can I flip camera to the other side? Will that mess up recording? Let's see. Okay. So maybe that way I can focus. Let's see if I can focus. Oh, let's see if I can. Oh, shaky. Sorry. Oh, oh my goodness. I won't focus. Can't seem to focus. I'm touching the screen of the phone. It's not focusing. I wonder if I can see if I can increase the quality of the video. Let's see. Let's see. Go over here. Oh, my boy, YouTube. Show captions, security, recording, meeting settings. Oh, meet upon entry. We should meet upon entry. Let's go put that over. Stop incoming video. Speaking languages. What can I select? No. Let's see. Okay. Show name when participant joins. Always show meeting controls. Let's see. So those are meeting settings, but I set some meeting settings and I can't. But no, that doesn't help. I can't get it to show. What if I stretch this? Oh, look at that. I'm feeling lucky. That's a button. Oops. That's a button on the google.com page where you have a space, a field to enter what you're going to look for. So when you type, oh, slide this over. Oops. Oh my gosh, I hit something. That's my keyboard, I think. Let's see. There we go. So, maybe I could put it like that. So, let's see if I can. Uh, oh, sure won't slide it over. Okay, so I'm feeling lucky. Oh, there's already something written there. Oh, it should bring up the keyboard. Yeah, it does when I touched it. But then I don't see what I'm typing. See if I can. Oh, whoa, what happened? Let's see, go back. Let's see if I can go back. No. This? Like that. No. Oh, shoot. This. Oh, no. Okay, there's that. Shoot. Oh, so I go to, whoa. Let's see. Let's see. Huh. Well, this page is not quite the page I want because it's got Google, but it's got a lot of other buttons. I don't want. That's more like a a handy page for different things you want. But it includes a Google search. But I want. Let's see. Oh man, this is weird. And what if I hit this? Oh, it goes to T-Mobile. What about if I hit this plus? Whoa, there's a tab. What if I hit that? So a new tab. Whoa. Oh, so this is crazy. So oh look, I'm feeling lucky. I can search for I'm feeling lucky. So when you search for I'm feeling lucky, people ask, what does I'm feeling lucky mean? What is the I'm feeling lucky button on Google? Let's see. I'm feeling lucky is a Google button that takes you directly to the first search result when you type in a query. The I'm feeling lucky feature works a bit differently than it did previously, but you can still use it while searching from Google's homepage. So let's try it out. But I'm trying to get to Google's homepage, but I'm having a hard time. Oh man. So I go like this. See, this is weird. So I wanted to add a new tab. So I hit the plus. I guess I have to type in Google. Wait. G. Okay, there's google.com. So I can go like that, right? Yeah, that's the page I want. That's the Google. Wait a minute. That's the page. Oh, so maybe you have to go over here, the three dots, and then select the desktop site. And there it is. See, there's the I'm feeling lucky button to the right of the Google search button. So you can hit this one or that one, or hit enter. So I can type in the word luck. Let's see. L U C K. Is that luck? I think so. No. Luck. Are you sure you got luck in there? Oh, I think so. There's the word luck. I'm gonna hit I'm feeling lucky. See what I get. Wow. Oh shoot. What the heck? What?
I blamed bad luck for everything that's gone wrong in my life. You sure have bad luck, Sam Greenfield. Take that, universe.
Yeah.
Until I found an actual lucky pet. Something that could finally turn my life around.
What?
And what did I do? have just talked. Wait! I just seen another penny. Ah!
Who was the obnoxiously long password? Humans cannot be here.
Where's here?
The land of luck.
I'll leave as soon as you give me another lucky
The
egg.
land of luck.
Hello.
Mighty leprechaun Fräulein. Well done, nature. This is where good luck is born.
A dragon?
She's so creature that can sniff out bad luck.
There's bad luck here too?
Good luck on top, bad luck on the bottom. The tiniest amount of bad luck can shut down our entire operation. Just how unlucky are you?
Oh no. Super duper unlucky?
You cause a disaster. The good luck connection has been severed.
I doomed you and everyone else to a life of bad luck. We need to get
What are you doing here? Good luck to us both.
Yeah.
Style, yeah, style.
Okay.
I have no words.
An interesting movie with an interesting premise. Oh, maybe I should be able to watch it on Apple TV. I have it. What did it say it was called? Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. What was it called? Luck. Official trailer. Okay. Oh. Ah. Where's my Roku? Where's my Roku? That's not it. Where did I put my Roku? Oh, oh boy. Oh, I'm having bad luck finding things. Okay, here's my Roku. So I can go to I can go to oh shit.
Hello?
I don't have much time.
Yeah.
Daddy? I don't understand.
It's okay, Penny. You have both.
Oh no. Another movie. Oh. 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 Okay. See if I can find luck. I hope I have luck finding luck. Let's see. I could go here and look for it right here. What's going on? Oh, so I can type in the word luck. L U Lucy. Top results. Luca. Lucy. Where's luck? Oh, there it is. Luck. Luck, the movie. It's highlighted. There's another movie called Lucky. The Lucky One sounds good. Play. Well, we're gonna see luck. How lucky we are to see luck. Oh, but then if I show luck, I might be getting in trouble, right? Well, maybe we could show this for educational purposes. You know, we could skip around. Like the beginning. That looks like a tennis ball. Oh, sky dance. Animation. Wow. Oh, Apple Original Films. It's a Skydance animation film. Luck. Wow. You must be my lucky star. Ever you are. Start to glow. Need your light, baby. You know. Starlight. Work it. Let's dance. You got it. Oh man, she's so unlucky.
You sure have bad luck, Sam Greenfield. Oh, me? Sorry, Sam. Before we go again, we gotta get you some good luck. Come on.
How do you get good luck? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see what's going on here. Is it gonna play? She's trying to catch that cat. The cat is the source of good luck, isn't it? Isn't he? Or the cat is the talking cat who gave her a penny, a magical penny that gives her good luck, I guess. Something like that. Oh man, she's got bad luck. Oh wow. Well, that was good luck. Whoa. That's pretty good animation, huh? Well, that's enough, folks. Let's turn that off. And let's turn. Well, we can leave that TV on. Oh, what is it? What is that? Oh, did you see that? What's going on?
Una setmana més, un dels continguts importants al nostre programa Sobre la Noche és l'entrevista. Coneix més?
Okay. So, oh man, you know what? I have a feeling I'm not feeling very lucky. I have to use the bathroom. It's my bad luck. And I have the meeting in 10 minutes. So, and my pants are gonna fall down. Pull them up. And let's see. I could brush my teeth. Oh, I better get my keys. Oh, let me turn off the light. That light, it doesn't last very long. Okay. Okay, so I gotta get some keys to the bathroom. Mhm. I'd like to brush my teeth at least. Mhm. My pants are falling down. Well, see if I can button. And I don't have a belt on these pants. Let's see. Oh, button it. There we go. Let's go outside. Hmm. Yeah, let me turn on the air conditioner while I'm gone. It makes a lot of noise. Well, not too bad, but not too good either. Yeah, let's see. Hmm. So far, nobody has joined. I hope I'm in the right meeting. Oh, this plant doesn't have any flowers. They all fell. Oh, look at this one. This one looks droopy, but it's growing. Oh, look, there's moringa. And let's see. Oh, I hope I have enough juice on this phone. My battery doesn't last very long. I'm doing video.
Morning.
Friends, how are you?
How are you?
I don't know.
You are
Oh, there's Rosa.
She spent the night. I think she went clubbing last night.
I think that's her, isn't it?
Yeah, she went to the club.
She went.
She's just getting
She looks like she went fishing or something. Or hunting.
Huh? She catch something.
Hunting?
Jarvis said you look like you were fishing. You really
Let's see. Well, now I can go in here. Now I can go use the bathroom. So the good thing about online, doing things online, is that you don't smell the people that come to the meeting. So you won't be smelling what I'm about to do. See if I get any relief. Well, I'm urinating. So let's meditate on luck. So are you feeling lucky? I hope I am. I'm lucky enough to evacuate or eliminate some of the waste products that are in line to exit. So, what's a good definition of luck? Luck is that which seems to happen to you and it seems to be unexpected, and it seems to not come from you, but come outside of you, and it seems to be out of your control. I don't think it's going to come out anytime soon. So I think I'm gonna, like it's at the doorway. Yeah. Maybe I need to push harder. Yeah, but they say not to push too hard. It's not good for me. I kind of let it come out when it's time to. But it felt like it needed to come out. And now it's kind of stuck. Maybe I need to drink more water. So I hope you enjoyed this. See if I can bite. Oh, those are my socks. I can bite myself with one hand. With these such a good. Well, nothing came out, so there's not much to light. But I can probably get some. Okay. Now I should wash my hands and lift my. Oh, Jewel. Jewel. Jewel in Tokyo. How are you? Oh. Oh. Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, what are you doing? Are you looking at yourself in a mirror or what?
Yes, I was in the bathroom and I'm pulling up my trousers. I don't have I don't have I don't have a belt.
Well, set down the camera for a minute and I'll see if I can keep the show going. Well, Jairo pulls up his pants and don't forget to do up your zipper. I hope you wiped already.
I wiped.
Oh, good. I'm glad you clarified that for the viewing audience. They might want to have noticed that.
There. Yes. Don't you feel lucky? But I wasn't lucky to complete my mission.
Oh,
I only urinated. I didn't defecate.
oh,
So maybe I'll do that later.
okay. Well, I'm glad you clarified that point because I'm sure the viewing audience would only tune in to YouTube to discover that. There could be nothing else here of greater interest, you know, if you're going to
Oh.
wake up and think clearly.
Yes, that's some of the things that one has to wake up to sometimes. The hurricane didn't do much damage this time in Central Florida.
Did you have another hurricane there?
Yeah, it did. It looked like it did damage on the East Coast, like Daytona Beach, Cocoa Beach, St. Petersburg.
Okay.
But it was pretty rainy in Central Florida, and the water levels went up. But now it looks like it's gonna be a nice day today.
Oh, that's good. How long did it go on for?
Yeah, it seemed shorter than I expected. Like it seemed like only a day. Like we didn't have to go to work that day,
Oh, good.
or we yeah, and we left early the day before. Hmm. Uh, welcome
What time
to
is it where you are?
oh, let's see. It's 7:03. It's showtime. Hello, friends, enemies, strangers, kind mothers, and welcome. Oh my gosh, welcome to the Ukrainian president Vladimir Zelensky. He's on Japanese television.
Yeah, he is. He's here from time to time as well. Yeah. Although his Japanese has a distinct Ukrainian accent. He just can't seem to shake that. I think they're celebrating they liberated Donetsk or one of the major capitals or something.
Yeah, this is a Japanese news station, NHK.
Oh yeah, I saw that broadcast.
And they speak English. But they
Not
show
on the ones I get. I can recognize the images, but I never heard it in English.
oh, and I'm picking it up as a local station somehow. Like
No, you
using an
might
antenna, I pick up all these kinds of stations. So somebody's
really,
broadcasting it. Maybe it's for
really.
the Japanese community in Central Florida.
There wouldn't be much of a Japananize community there,
Maybe
is there?
20 people.
Yeah, that's what I'd guess.
But this, but it's in English, and they're covering all kinds of news that you won't find in regular news stations. So that would be interesting. And earlier this morning, I saw them cover the anime industry. You know those animators,
Yeah,
anime. It's like $17 billion industry or something like that.
yeah, it's huge here. I don't understand it at all, but I see a
And
lot of stores and people dressed up in costumes. I don't understand it all because I don't speak the language.
yes, it's another world to us old farts.
Sure.
And they were talking about that the animators, they don't get paid very well, and they go to Tokyo to become animators, and so there's an animator trying to change it so that the animation companies, if they make a lot of money, then the animators should get bonuses or something like that.
Interesting.
Oh, the 2022 midterm elections. Oh my gosh. Democrats, Republicans, they're tied. Oh,
I heard the Democrats won, no?
oh, maybe. There's still Arizona and Nevada maybe are still out.
I don't know. I heard something, but I'm
There's
not sure.
counters. Hmm. They were predicting a red wave It was more like a red puddle, a red splash. To Yokota Megumi.
Yokota Megumi was kidnapped by North Korean agents on November 15, 1977, and taken to North Korea.
Oh, maybe today we'll see Hiroshi.
Well, I'm meeting Hiroshi tomorrow.
He comes into the meeting when you're sleeping and are going to leave. He comes in. Maybe he works late or something. I don't know. Or maybe
Well, he teaches sometimes.
like tutoring.
Well, he teaches English, I believe, but I'm not sure.
Hmm. So how is Tokyo?
Well, it's like nothing else I've ever seen. We went to the busiest train station in the world,
Wow.
and it's awesome, man. They have 20 subway lines converging on one station, and I don't know how many train lines and bus depots, and we got back right at rush hour, and you never saw such a stream of people
It's
all
like the
moving.
Grand Central Station times 20.
Well, I don't know about times 20, but I don't know how many people pass through Grand Central in a day, but this place is reputed to have 3 million people a day.
Wow.
It was busy, but yet everybody is very well behaved and, orderly and all the rest of it. Things that I don't think you'd find in North America.
Now it's
Mm.
Zelensky on TV here.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah, it is. It is quite amazing. People are very helpful. I mean, if you take out a map and you look perplexed and you're standing by you don't even have to ask. Somebody will come up to you and offer. If they speak English, or if they don't speak English, they'll find somebody who speaks better English to help you. It's just, I don't know if it's the influence of Buddhism in the culture, the religion, or Shintoism, or just the Japanese character, but their whole sense of community. But it is an amazing thing.
Oh. And have you been outside of Tokyo?
Yeah, in fact, we went yesterday. We went to Mount Fuji.
Mount Fuji.
Or Fuji-san, as the people in the know call it.
Fuji-san?
Fuji-san.
What does san mean?
I don't know. It's a term of respect that they use. Like when I talk to Hiroshi, I would say Hiroshi-san. I don't know if it means like sir or respected or honorable. I don't know. It's just a custom. And and people who speak about Mount Fuji, they almost afford it like a human personality.
Oh.
So they treat it like respect. And there's 5 sacred monasteries around the mountain.
Wow.
Yeah, it's quite interesting.
And do people climb it and maybe get on the snow and ski?
There's not much snow here now. We could see the top of it. It was more like rivers. I don't know if it's high enough or it's too early in the season.
Wow.
It's cold. The
Maybe
weather's
it's
been
climate
absolute-
change.
Yeah. The weather here has been just so mild and pleasant. It's really very fortunate. I brought all kinds of warm clothes, never need. I could have done with one whole suitcase less.
So you brought too much warm clothes and not, I mean, for cold weather, and
Yeah.
it's been warm,
Yeah.
so you don't have enough for warm weather.
No, I'm okay, but I just didn't know what to expect, and
Wow.
I didn't know how it would work out, you know, in terms of being able to find your way around without any Japanese. But everything here is automated except for credit cards. They have some use of credit cards, but a lot of things are done in cash,
Wow.
which is kind of surprising because in other ways they're so automated. This subway system is just something to behold. In fact, I've got some video somewhere. Do you know how all this air photographs, when I take a picture with my camera, is it automatically loaded to my photos in the cloud somehow, or do I have to do something?
Well, you get very little storage space in the cloud, but I think it does go there. And then when you fill it up, it'll say, oh, it's full, and it'll annoy you until finally you give in to them and buy some space, and maybe it's $9 or so a month, and then you get a huge amount of space that you can fill it up with tons of pictures and videos, and then you can see them on a browser on any computer by signing into your iCloud account.
Did you hear that?
Did I hear what?
I found some video. I don't know how to play it. Do I got to
Oh.
go on share screen?
Oh, okay. Let's see if you
Share
can do that.
Share sound. Optimize for video clip.
Maybe you can touch the share screen button and then find it on your phone.
I don't know. This one is on the computer somehow.
Oh, it's on your
So,
computer? Oh.
privacy and security.
Oh, but you took the video on your phone, and so you go to iCloud.com and sign in, and then you can play it there.
I'm not sure what I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm gonna I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to share the screen, and I don't know if you've given me permission for that. Do I
Oh,
have?
maybe I should give you permission.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Okay. Can you see this?
Oh, oh, look at that. It's somebody dancing in the streets
It's an Italian street festival.
in Tokyo.
No, this was in Toronto.
Oh. Hmm. Wow.
There
Those
you go.
Italians,
You just never know what you can find in Hyro's morning meetings.
those Italians. Maybe you should show that to Dominic. He's Italian.
Is he coming today?
Yes. If we're lucky, he's gonna show up when we will discuss luck.
Luck.
Luck? Aren't we lucky that there is luck?
Yeah, I don't know how to get the video off of my iPhone onto the cloud. Maybe I have to join the Zoom meeting with my iPhone in order to play the video that I recorded there.
Oh,
Let's see if that'll
oh,
work. Because
maybe
I can show you the Tokyo subway station video,
you-
and that's amazing.
do that video that of that Italian festival, was that taken on your iPhone?
Honestly, I don't remember. It was a long time ago. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, and
Here's some more live photos, screens. I have no idea what I've got here.
oh, do you remember your Apple ID and password?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, so you can go to a web browser like Safari or Google Chrome on your computer and type in iCloud.com and sign into your Apple account, and then you will find pictures and videos
Okay, let
that
me try
were
that.
taken on your iPhone. If it was set to upload to the cloud.
Okay, I just used my something account settings, photos, iCloud Drive.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Download.
iCloud Drive. Maybe that's a place where you can put documents and things. Is
I
there
don't know.
iCloud Photos?
Yeah, I think there was one. Shortcuts, pages, contacts, photos. Yeah, okay, here's photos. Here's the recent. Oh, yeah, here they are.
No.
You're a genius, Hyro. You've taught me how to use my own computer. Let's see if I can find the video at the train station. Oh, do you want to see my Tokyo barber?
Yes.
Here, I'll show you my
Oh, that's
Tokyo.
why you're looking more and more Japanese every day.
Yeah, I've got a
You got
Tokyo barber.
a haircut from a Tokyo barber.
That's right. This was my
Welcome, Dominic.
let me
Oh,
see.
we lucky to have Dominic in Toronto, Joel in Tokyo, Hyro in the winter wonderland of Winter Park, where it doesn't snow. But it's called Winter Park. I guess people up north park over here. They come from New York to park here in the winter time. Maybe snowbirds. Oh,
They're changing leaf colors at Mount Fuji.
oh, that is so red,
Yeah, it's amazing.
hurting my eyes. Oh,
This is
that
Lake
is,
Kawajenga Shinga something. I can't pronounce it.
oh, that's a lake.
Yeah,
Oh, big swan boats.
Kawachinga or something. There's more
Oh,
leaves
that's
changing.
beautiful. They change color because it's fall. Oh, that's Mount Fuji.
Yep, that's it. That's
It doesn't have
Fuji-san.
any snow left. That's
No,
a proof of climate change. That I guess we have to give up skiing.
No, that's proof of vaccinations don't work.
No?
But how do you like the fishermen on the lake? Don't you think that's great composition? I think I should enter this in a photo contest of some sort.
The fish, the fisherman on the lake.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the video that I took yesterday, because if you see that, you'll get an idea of what, oh, here's another good picture of
You are
Fuji.
so lucky to be in Tokyo. Or was it hard work?
No,
Oh,
that's another picture of Mount Fuji later in the day when the clouds are moving in.
oh, look, the clouds are lower than the mountain. That means it's a pretty tall mountain.
Yeah, it's the tallest mountain in Japan,
Oh,
but people are very short here, so that may not mean a lot.
oh,
The video didn't come through for some reason. Maybe I'm not looking at the right place.
oh. The videos will have a symbol of being able to play them, like like a triangle pointing to the right. For the symbol for play on a VCR. If it's a video, or it could end in the extension MP4.
I've never logged into this iCloud thing before. Thanks for teaching me how to do that.
Oh, you have learned something from Wake Up and Think Clearly. And so now you will be able to log in and watch carefully.
Indeed, I have. How's Dominic today?
Oh, ask to unmute. We have Dominic muted. Oh,
Maybe he's not fully awake yet.
no. What could have happened? I think I set the meeting to automatic mute everyone. So when you come in, you have to unmute yourself.
Here's the picture of my barber.
Oh, wow, he did a good job.
There's my personal barber in Tokyo, and he's wearing a Vinci hat.
Oh, he's wearing
Wait.
a Vinci hat. Oh,
Yeah,
he is
can you
so
see it?
lucky. He is the first Japanese to wear a Vinci hat.
He may be the second, but he's the first. He's the first barber.
Oh, so Hiroshi
There-
was the first to wear the Vinci hat.
I don't think he actually wore the hat. He just played the game.
Oh,
So here's the barber with his own hat. And then he changed hats for me to take the picture after he did the haircut.
Oh, he took it from your head.
And there's my receipt from the barber shop.
Oh,
I was
no.
number one in line.
Oh. How much did it cost?
Cost 1,400 yen.
Ooh, that's expensive.
Yeah, I wanted to get a fade cut like this, but I
Oh,
couldn't speak Japanese well enough to explain myself. So I ended up with
but
a regular.
1,400 yen is probably 50 cents.
No, it's about 14 bucks.
Oh.
And here's the Kabuki house.
Oh, kabuki. Ooh, those are
Yeah,
kabuki.
those are Kabukiites or Kabuki. I don't know if they call them actors or dancers. It's actually a picture of a poster.
Oh. And do they pull out swords?
I don't know. We couldn't get any tickets. They're all sold out.
Wow.
There's
That's a subway train.
Yeah, that's just one of the subway trains, but I think this may give you an idea of the complexity of the subway system. You know, when I think about my own city, Toronto, you go into a subway station and there's one train going in one direction or going back in the other direction. There's two rails, you know, and that's it. It seems so simple now. This area that I've got marked in is where we normally walk or take the train. And in this station, they have 8 tracks going in 2 directions. And it's
Ooh.
not the biggest station in Tokyo.
Mm. Oh, man.
There's a McDonald's with screens up between the people.
Oh.
Oh, you might be interested in this. I was looking for an electrical converter so I could use my USB charger on my iPad, but nobody had them in stock here in the electronics district.
Mm.
But they're available on the net.
Wow.
This is the view from the top
Oh.
of the Tokyo Tower. And that thing in the distance, that's Mount Fuji.
Hmm.
Can you see
Wow.
my pointer? Does that come through on your?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Mount Fuji at sunset.
Wow.
And we
I
played a
feel
game of
lucky.
Vinci.
I feel lucky
Go ahead, you remove one. Second
to
menu.
have seen a little bit of Tokyo.
Championship of Japan from the top of the.
Yeah, no, you're a winner.
Oh, you're playing Vinci on top of the tower?
Yeah, and I won.
Wow. So you're the world's highest Vinci winner so far.
Well, Neonita kind of conceded in the end. She had another chance to win, but she was tired. So I sort of won by default. There's a good picture of Fuji at sunset.
Oh, and you have to climb Mount Fuji and
No.
play Vinci on the mountain. Then
Well,
you
that
can say Vinci conquered Japan. Vinci conquers Fuji. Vinci's Fuji. Isn't Vinci mean conquer?
yeah, I conquered.
But what is the greatest thing to conquer?
Yourself.
Oh, that's right. How would you say that? Vinci, auto. Hmm. How do you say self? How would you say self in Latin? Maybe
Don't
it's
know.
auto or something. Hmm. Hmm. It sounds like a vehicle, auto. But you have automobile, that means self-moving, maybe. So I'm feeling lucky. Oh, earlier today, I was watching the beginning of a movie called Luck. It's on Apple TV Plus. Oh, it's made
What's
by
it?
Apple TV. It's an animated movie made by Apple, and the name of the movie is called Luck. It's about a girl that's always unlucky, and she finds a lucky penny, and she goes to the land of luck. Hmm. But there's good luck and there's bad luck, and there's neutral luck. Couldn't we have neutral luck? Luck that is neither bad nor good? Hmm. I wonder. Hmm. 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 Oh, let's see. Let's see. Where is where is the where's the chat? Let's see. Uh, I don't see the chat. Is it in part? Is it here? Recording, raise hand. Oh, it's over here. Or maybe it's hidden. Oh, oh. It says, let's see, participants. Those. I don't see the chat anymore. Recording. So, raise hand. Wow, it's weird. Go like this. There's I see Zoom. What's this? Oh, video call effects. Oh, that's interesting. Recording. What's this? Oh, can't find the chat. Raise hand. Oh, it's down here. Focus. Chat. Aha. Dominic says, what is the full meaning of luck? Does it bring, is it that which brings good fortune? A force that brings good fortune or adversity? Luck was a big factor in the outcome. The events or circumstances that operate for or against an individual. The loser muttered something about bad luck. Oh. Mm. 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 Is when you play the game of Vinci, how much of it is luck? Well, when you throw the dice to start the game, there's some luck there. Mm?
Well, did I tell you I played it with a computer guy from Texas? And he says it's called computational mathematics. And it's the same process as they use to program artificial intelligence.
Combinatorics?
Yes, that's it.
So you combine combining things. The more
Yeah.
things that you combine, the more complex it is.
Yeah, well, not necessarily. It's the idea that, well, I honestly, I don't really understand it. All I know is that he gave me the term and I read up about it and I think he's bang on. But he recognized it categorically right away. And he never came back to the meeting. He just went by these initials, WB. Apparently they do that in Texas, like, hello, JR. And I tried to find, I said, well, what is WB? Like, is it a short form? He never would tell me. He just said, that's my name. I'm WB. I just go by WB.
Oh, maybe he's an executive for Warner Brothers.
Yeah, really. Actually, that's what I thought too.
Hmm.
But he had it bang on. He was able to review it and come up with the category of mathematics that it works in.
So,
So it's the same process that they would use in programming for artificial intelligence.
so when you're playing that game, you're taking turns and your opponent has a finite number of moves. Say he looks at the board and sees, oh, that's a bad move. Oh, that's a possibly good move. And so he may calculate, oh, there's 3 possible bad moves and 2 possible good moves. And then he has to decide between the 2, which should he move? And he doesn't know how to decide which to move. So he flips a coin and then there's luck involved. Or
But
maybe
he doesn't flip a coin. He has to use reason. He has to intuitively decide which is a better of the 2 or 3 moves that he has available to him.
or
And
he's
it's
being
not,
pressured by his opponents to hurry up. And he
well,
says, oh, I can't decide which is the better move, but I don't want them to think I'm a fool for taking so long. So I'm gonna take a guess and I don't have time to figure out what's the best move. So I'll just flip a mental coin. And I'll go with that. Hmm. Or maybe he doesn't have a gut feeling either way. So he uses a mental flip of the coin in hopes that by flipping the coin, then it will bring to him the better luck. Oh? Hmm. Or what do you do when you have to decide whether you should go left or go right? And each direction is equally enticing, and you don't have enough information to know which way is better, is safer, will bring good fortune. So what would you do? Would you flip a mental coin? Or do you always choose right? Like when you go into a new museum, you go to the right everywhere. Or when you're answering multiple choice questions and you didn't study for the test, you go all the way the same letter. Is that the safe way? Mm. Mhm.
well, I was thinking that riding the Tokyo subways is a lot like playing Vinci, because there's
No?
like 9 different tracks and you know, you're each time you're making a binary choice. Like you walk on the, if you find the right train, so you've located the right train that you're going to a destination, but you're looking at these apparent hieroglyphics on the wall, and you're trying to decide which direction do you want to go. Do you go on the right platform or the left platform? Actually, it's not quite that random because they have a lot of English signage now, and you can pretty much eventually figure it out if you have patience to. But sometimes there's a train coming right away and you intuitively feel that this is the right direction, which it often isn't. So, I mean, it's not the end of the world. You get off at the next stop or two or three.
So you intuitively felt it was the right direction and it took you the wrong direction.
Absolutely.
Oh, that happens sometimes. Darn it. So if it happens enough times, you say, okay, I'm going to go against my intuition, and then you go the right way.
Or you dig for more information and find out really what do these signs mean instead of just, you know, jumping.
Oh. Oh. Or does your phone have a navigational app like maps or something like that? Or
Yeah, but I don't have a data feed for Tokyo.
you have to download Tokyo maybe?
No, it would be too cumbersome. So
In
I know
Japanese?
all the people here use it. They, you know, if you have a local phone service or data provider, you can use it, but they use it all the time. Like you cannot distinguish one area from another without that. It's too complex.
Wow. And when you browse on your browser, does it know your location? Or you can say, find my location, and then maybe does it still show you stuff in English, or is it showing you a lot of stuff in Japanese?
Both, a little bit of both. So some of it gets translated or is there in English, but some of it is still Japanese lettering. But I may not, you know, as you can see, you had to teach me how to use my own photos. So I'm sure there's a way of doing it. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, there's some places where people write in another language, and then at the bottom it says translate this, and you click on it and it translates it to English. Like when you're in Facebook, and some people write it in Chinese, you can hit translate and it translates it to English. And you just, oh, so that's what they're saying by that. Or any other language. Aren't we lucky to have the internet? Except sometimes we're unlucky. There's a button in the Google homepage. There's a button right below where you enter a search keyword or a website. There's a button to the right that says I'm feeling lucky. So when you put a word like the word Vinci, and then you click on I'm feeling lucky, it'll show you the top search only. So you don't have to, so it skips all the other searches and just show you, it goes to the top search. So it saves you hundreds of seconds or hundreds of hours over the year. If you're feeling lucky, yes, use it only if you're feeling lucky.
Have you seen Rummy at all?
No.
He sent me a couple of messages on Meetup, but I didn't quite. He says he's staying away from Zoom for some reason.
He's taking a sabbatical. or
Yes,
something.
it's
Or
from
he,
from the University of Zoom. He's trying to get his doctorate together.
fasting from Zoom.
He's taking a break from Zoom because we're a bad influence. We cause people to think clearly, and clearly that is bad because we may lose our faith, and our faith, our belief, is what inspires us or makes us feel comfortable about the world. But then when we think clearly, we clearly discover that this world is really messed up. Mm. Mm. But then, by knowing it's messed up, uh, doesn't that make us feel good also? Because, oh, it's messed up. I thought it was just me. Everyone else is just as messed up as I am. I thought it was me. Uh, ooh. Mm. Mm. So, wow, it, it feels different today.
How so?
Oh, well, Dominic seems so quiet. And
Where's Jorge? Hiroshi could be.
coming in any minute now. Maybe he's getting off the subway, coming back from Tokyo,
I
coming
don't.
from arriving to his suburbs or his, maybe he lives in metropolitan Tokyo, the outskirts of Tokyo. That Tokyo must be huge. Yes,
It's
isn't like New York like 10 million, but Tokyo's like 30 million, or I don't know.
yeah. I think it's something along those lines. If you include the various prefectures or municipalities or whatever the equivalent is, it is absolutely immense. I mean, you just get on the subway and they're cities within cities, but they're all connected. There's no delineation, there's no open space. It's just one endless city.
And and how's the air quality?
Not bad, surprisingly. Because they're close to the ocean, so they get a lot of breeze. That's why I don't think they have the same extremes of temperature, although they say it's quite hot here in the summer.
Mm,
We haven't had the heater on in this hotel since we've been here, although one night I wanted to try to put it on, but I couldn't figure out how it worked. And Unedited said not to put it on, so she who must be obeyed had to be obeyed.
so it's good. It's good to go to Tokyo in the fall. Oh, but what about the spring? Isn't that where when the cherry blossoms blossom?
Yeah,
April.
April or May, I think, is probably even better, but this is the next best time, I'm told.
Hmm. So you you'll have so You missed out on the pink, but you got the red. Took pictures of red, the red leaves of the trees.
Yeah, they were interesting trees because they were like 5-pointed leaves, like maple leaves,
Oh,
but they were smaller. And I don't know what kind of tree they are.
They call Japanese maple.
No, I just made up that name.
No, I heard it from Toronto when we were at the when we are walking with the group.
Oh, there is such a thing as Japanese maple?
Japanese maple. Yeah.
Oh, I thought I just made it up.
No.
There you go.
wow,
I
you made it up and it was true.
Yeah, who knew?
You got
I-
lucky.
Hey, that's it.
Or maybe it wasn't luck. Maybe it was your intuition.
Or it was
maybe
destiny.
a voice. A voice gave a clue.
A spirit.
You read with it. Wow.
You know, I was just watching your hand movement. Do you know what this means in sign language?
This
Yeah. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if it's your right hand or left hand, but that's the word in sign language for philosophy.
Oh, philosophy. So
Yeah, so when
the-
somebody's saying something, we can use this symbol and say philosophy, man. It's like, wow, that's really out there.
philosophize. Oh, I'm philosophizing by wiggling my fingers. Or maybe it'll inspire me to philosophize further.
I can't remember if it's your right hand or your left hand or if it matters, but just holding your thumb apparently against your forehead and wiggling your fingers is the word for philosophy in sign language.
Isn't that what the Three Stooges?
I think so. Yeah. Curly. Woo, 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 woo.
They were great philosophers. Slapstick.
So what's happening down in Florida? Are they still vaccinating? Are they the election's over yet, or we don't know who won in Florida? Was it Republican, or were you not one of the seats that was up for election?
Yeah, so the governor that was still in office, he won, so he gets another however much time he gets.
That's DeSantis, yeah. And he's a Republican, isn't he?
Yes.
The governor. What about
See,
Congress?
Did Florida go completely Republican? Like, did you get
and Marco Rubio, he's Republican and Cuban, and he won. He beat Val Demings, a black woman from Orlando who is, I think, a police person in Orlando, maybe a chief of police or something. And so I guess Florida is becoming more and more Republican. And then they expected a big wave of more and more Republicans winning and kicking butt, but they overhyped it, and so they're kind of disappointed. Oh, why did we lose here? Yeah, we won there. That was expected, but in the close races, the Republicans were lost or are losing So it turned out closer than expected. They were hoping to gain more seats, but they may end up gaining them, but by barely in the House and in the Senate. But there's still two states that they haven't finished counting. I think it's Arizona and Nevada. For some reason, I don't know why they're slow in counting. Maybe they have antiquated systems, or they have certain procedures they go through, and they have to take a sample and they have to count it by hand and do all kinds of things to make sure. And those are the states that always have problems, seems like. And then they say, oh, they cheated. Or something, or that there could be fraud there. They always said, maybe it's because they're always last, and so the whole nation sees what's happening, and they see that, oh, this person was leading an hour ago. Now he's behind. Oh, it must have been cheating or something. Because they count the mail-in votes last, and it's usually Democrats who vote by mail-in. Oh, somebody is joining us. Aren't we lucky to have Darlene? Welcome, Darlene. We missed you. Where have you been? Oh, in the ocean, in the beach. That's nice. Aren't you lucky?
Were you talking to me?
Darlene. Yes.
Yeah, he was, Darlene.
Yeah,
Darlene.
when you first were talking, it just I only heard the tail end of the sentence.
Oh, yes. Welcome, Darlene. We missed you. Where have you been?
Well, I'm in San Diego, so it's like 4:50.
Oh, San Diego. Oh
It's
my.
4:59 my time.
Oh, wow. What incredible willpower.
Yeah, I'm not really awake yet. So what's the
today, the topic is luck. Aren't we lucky? The topic is luck. So what have we learned so far? Oh, Joel got lucky and learned how to use iCloud and see the pictures he's taken from his phone on the browser.
No, I couldn't get the pictures from my phone. I just got the pictures that, honestly, I don't know which pictures I've got. Maybe my phone isn't connected up to the cloud.
Maybe you have to enable it to
Yeah,
upload automatically.
Probably.
Oh, then when you do that, then you can take lots and lots of pictures of Tokyo, and then I guess you can delete them on the phone, but they'll still be up in the cloud because you might run out of space on the phone, but you'll have lots of space on the cloud. But it'll cost you $9 a month.
Well, I'll have to figure that out, but I'm really pleased to know how to do that, Dominic. Hyro, thank you for teaching me. I don't know whether that's luck or skill, but whatever the difference.
Here at Wake Up and Think Clearly, we clearly teach each other something sometimes.
Even if we're not sure what it is.
Maybe we teach bad habits, and no, try not to. Teach to think clearly.
Excuse me.
Think about luck, like, but when we say the word luck, Does it mean that it's always good luck? We could have bad luck. We have neutral luck. So what if everything is just luck? Or is there something that is not luck? Like is what we think we intend and we do ourselves is not luck, but things happen to us, that's luck. So we blame all our problems on everyone else because it's bad luck or good luck. Or karma. Well, if you believe in karma, then there is no luck. Everything is caused by your mind. Then even if you accidentally got killed, you could say, oh, that was your karma because you were at the wrong place at the wrong time. But karma is intentional action. So if we act with intention, then that's not luck. That is skillful action. Or unskillful. Well, we have some control over it, or that's free will, or at least we want to think so.
So what does anybody know, what does it mean when you have to have a runoff election?
Oh.
I understand Georgia is having a runoff election. I don't know why Georgia would have to have that, or what are the standards or whatever that are used to determine if another election has to be held.
Oh, I don't know. Could it mean that it's like a tie? They have to go the second inning or something, or runoff election, or a second stage, or it led to something else. Runoff election. I've heard it before.
Well, apparently that's what's happening in Georgia, and I don't understand what that is.
And that hasn't been finished?
Apparently not in Georgia. And why would it only be in Georgia? Is it because the number of votes cast is so close that maybe they need a certain percentage over the opponent, or a certain number of votes more than the opponent to be declared a winner? I'm not sure. Like a majority of one doesn't cut it in Georgia, or is that the same in every US state?
Wow. Runoff election. Is it? Run off. Maybe it's only in Georgia. I guess each state has their own rules in certain things.
Okay, so I stepped away, got a glass of water and stuff. Okay, so I think that luck, good luck or bad luck was something invented by some moms to as a way to explain to kids why things happened, even though they seem like unfair. And like those kids just grew up into adults just thinking that good luck and bad luck were something that's like real. And and in multiple cultures it gets called something different, and then like you end up having adults believe in something that was originally just something that some ancestor was just doing as a way to help just you know just this random thing just to explain off a phenomenon, why sometimes things seem to be going people's way or not going people's way, good luck or bad luck. And then like those kids at some point in time grew up thinking that it's like real. Karma, I believe all that was just something that just got, at some point in time it was just a parent trying to help kids feel good, and then you have an entire society believing karma and goddess of Fortuna blessing people in the, I don't know if it was like Greek culture that believed in goddess of Fortuna, that she gave people good luck, like developing into adults really believing in this goddess Fortuna, probably because some parent was just trying to help a kid feel good, and then the kid grew up believing it because their parents said it, so it must be true.
There you go.
That's why people who were homeless were called unfortunates, because goddess of Fortuna did not bless them.
Goddess of Fortuna.
That's my opinion on luck.
So the word fortune comes from goddess of Fortuna, I guess. The Greek goddess.
Because goddess of Fortuna was blessing them.
Yeah.
So they're lucky. I used to joke around saying, "Oh, I'm part Irish, so I have like the luck of the Irish. That's why it's gone good in my life." But I meant it as just a joke. I didn't mean it as I don't really think that there's like a leprechaun giving me good luck. I meant it as fiction. There are tons of adults that are believing in these things.
The luck of the Irish. Yeah.
Because I think it's actually healthy for kids to believe in that as part of the process growing up, just like it's good for kids to have make believe. It actually helps them focus when they're going through learning processes. It's just when adults believe in fiction later, it's interesting.
Like Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Hey, don't mess with Santa Claus, Hiro.
Oh.
Some things truly are sacred. Otherwise, how would you get presents?
Oh, that's why I don't get presents, because I stopped believing in Santa Claus, of course. I'm going to try to start believing in Santa Claus, and maybe I'll get presents. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe if I believe in everything, go study all the different mythologies from all the lands and try to believing them, and then maybe I'll have lots and lots of luck from all directions. Like,
I think
like hedging my bets. Hedging my bet.
luck favors the prepared.
Oh, that's a good thought.
I think I'm quoting the Incredibles cartoon. I think the character Edna who makes their outfits for the Mr. and Mrs. Incredible and the kids, but she believes in no capes.
If I could share, guys, the energy from luck sometimes that we give to it can mean different things in different moments. A person that's observing another person almost getting hit by a car could say, "You're very lucky."
Hmm.
And then another person that's accomplish a feat such as high jump or something, somebody will say, "Well, you're lucky." Well, they're actually denouncing the fact that that person put a lot of effort in their craft. And people, I heard you guys talk earlier about, maybe voting. If you don't know how the system works, then it's lucky the person that you elected. In a sense, you don't really understand, or that person doesn't understand the process to get to that, unless for some reason one person passes away, so the other one person wins it by default. Again, the word luck has many energies to it. And of course, because we use an English language which has many meanings, you can interpret it in many ways. This is why we get caught up in most people anyway, including me sometimes, where we get caught up in debates because we're debating the energy or the sounds and frequency to a word, because English is meaningful. It's not like Greek or Sanskrit. So, but just on the word luck, and I put on the chat, it can also be interpreted as wishing. Darlene had mentioned it too, where people talk about to their kids about luck. And that's usually where it starts. A lot of programs starts within the womb, let alone when it's outside the womb, and parents, whether it's a mother or father or communities, telling their kids, that's lucky. Not necessarily. We spent time building a house near a volcano, and it just happens to explode when it was in our time. Is it really luck, or we just didn't have a lot of forethought, or we did, and we're so. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe when we see an athlete doing something, we may get jealous and say, "Oh, they're lucky that they were able to accomplish that."
Mm-hmm. It's usually indicating that person at that point doesn't know how to appreciate for themselves, let alone others. It's usually an indication what jealousy is or isn't, Jaro, in that moment. But that's something for that person to learn. The other person can point it out that they're jealous or your lack of gratification or appreciation, but it's an individual journey to understand why they do or say what they say. Am I lucky to be alive? Well, it depends on the circumstances. Other people can say you're lucky to be a millionaire. I'm like, okay, based on the fact that I paid lottery, or because I've spent a lot of effort to earn a craft and kind of understand how people behavior is to buy something. Again, that's a lot of conditioning that most of us, we do it. And I don't want to sound harsh because Darlene's never heard me before talk, where most parents fail their kids in some way or another. And it's usually a self-observation where you'll realize, well, then why didn't I get taught? Who taught me how to breathe, or what we say? There's a lot of self-investigation that one has to learn from themselves. And a lot of times you have to delete a lot of the stuff that you learned in your community.
Interesting.
If not, then everything that we're talking about is luck then, Jaro. We were lucky that we were able to communicate about a word that was given to us, and we were lucky the way we use it. Religion and state is based on that. Most people don't do actually thorough investigation, so it's lucky that a politician gets your vote, or a religious person. I don't care if it's a monk, priest, or whatever. And you can throw the word faith. There's another version of luck.
Oh,
Have faith in something. Mm-hmm.
Faith, F-A-T-E or F-A-I-T-H? like having faith, or
Mhm.
or what happened is your fate?
Faith, more than faith. But yeah, faith, you can say faith too, yeah, Jarl. That's another way of doing it. In
Faith.
some instances, not all instances. Again, I'm playing with the English language. So faith can literally mean somebody
Mhm.
concrete, and then faith could be something more in the unknown, which is maybe our thoughts.
Faith suggests could suggest confidence, having confidence in an outcome,
Mhm.
and fate could mean that it was predestined to happen. Maybe because we had the bad habits of and the conditions of making it happen, or that w- that because we're in an environment that it could happen, it eventually does happen. So we might say, oh, that was your fate. Oh.
Mhm. Every time you go in a plane, you have faith based on past, because you lean more towards one outcome to another, that more times than not the plane will get to its destination. But you can't say that for
No,
sure 100.
probabilities. You're
Mhm.
playing with probabilities and risks.
Yep. Well, based on the fact that I was using the example as a plane, because not all planes end up in their destination, but most of them do. So you can have faith that the outcome more times than not will be more, what some people would say, favorable. Unless you're suicidal, then that person is saying that's not favorable in my situation, not me per se, but for some people that don't want to be here anymore for whatever reason.
What about the idea that if we think negatively,
Mhm.
or like if we think that, oh, this could happen
Mhm.
and that could happen, would that attract those things to happen, or is that not true?
Law of attraction is so warped, Jaro. It doesn't always work that way. And more times not your thinking, it's your feeling that's sharing that advice. Your thinking is this way you communicate with other people. So law of attraction will reveal if you're always a negative person privately and maybe publicly you try to put on a persona, you will attract similar people around you. And usually the people that are very secretive aren't going to share that with you either, unless you put them into circumstances that you will see their energy. Now, when I say energy, I'm not talking about the unknown energy. In this case, you'll see it acted out in the physical. But if you value that you're that strong of an energy that you can put something out there and you want a plane to crash, then you're not really giving the other beings that's within that plane the ideal of what some people might call the will to be free. Unless you decide to do it in the physical, because you are in a physical device and you decide to crash the plane, that's a different story. Then you're not using your energy in that sense in your mind. You're using it with your physical, your action.
So you're saying, or I heard something interesting that you said, that I wonder if it's so that it's more like your feelings that it could attract something. Like if you have negative feelings, it could attract negative outcomes more than just thinking negatively. It's more like feeling negatively, or could it be that thinking negatively could cause negative feelings, and that could attract negative outcomes? I don't know.
Well, you've instilled another word now. You said negative, whether that's the feminine or the unknown part. It's feelings in general, whether you want to perceive it as positive or negative. You do need both positive and negative to run a car. So those are just energy polarities. But most people instill a word that shouldn't really be in there per se. Right and wrong, likes and dislikes. Negative energy is not wrong. It's just some people would call the yin side, the wisdom side, the unknown side. We all have feminine and masculine within ourselves, but unfortunately, you're quickly leaning towards one side, which is fine, but you should put the other side too. Well, then where's the positive energy or positive feelings in this case? You know, you could put, and most people don't really digest, sorry, not digest. Well, I could say digest to a certain point. No, most people don't analyze or reflect on what energy am I really talking about? In this case, feelings. You know, am I happy because of a result that I perceived only the outcome would bring me happiness, what opposed to the process? You know, a lot of times children aren't taught between the age of 14. That's when you start developing your emotions. And then hopefully they'll continue growing as you get older. But that's why people have wars, because that's their feelings involved. It's when a person says, well, I don't like to think about things. Why? Because your feelings are hurt. If anything, that's the best time to actually develop your feelings by being in those circumstances. I don't agree with wars per se, because there's a lot of what some people would say very negative outcome. I can't know for sure how that's going to affect children or people later on, because the whole ideal of, well, I'm going to kill because I don't agree with their system, but that's somebody's child. When do we ever get the idea that we should harm another human being? If anything else, you should try to avoid them from hurting you. This way you can stop the whole concept of karma happening both to you and to them. That would be a human being no longer being selfish. That's why people put based on luck to bring it around, Jaro. They're counting on the outcome through luck. They try to control things. But then again, that'll be me asking somebody, well, then who's running your body when you're hearing me? That's not the ego. That's something beyond the scope of the ego, the I, the id. But since you brought it up, talking about negative feelings, what are positive feelings then? So you can at least bring them both in the same room and then you can have that conversation. Because if not, then you're going to defend one by not talking about it and then attack the other one.
Oh,
I'm impressed. Dominique has thought this out more than I ever have.
yeah.
Well, usually
Dominic,
I'm very
like,
intuitive, Darlene. I'm very intuitive. I actually hear other people, but I'm always listening from within. A lot of us have forgot that skill. You know, when you hear people say, I'm listening, I said, no, you don't listen to me. You hear me. The word ear gives it away, but you listen from within, hence the term meditation. You're listening from within. I've just allowed my chakras, my throat chakra, to be open enough that I can just be the observer as it flows through. Now, I'm always the student because, there's times I get really upset or I get, that's just me being human still. I'm still learning like everybody else how to deal with or work with my emotions, or even that. It's not my emotions. I get to experience the concept of emotion. It's like,
that's a good idea. It's I think it's a good idea to not treat your emotions as your emotions, but just things that are happening in the mind, or treat the mind as the sky, and emotions are like clouds. Well, maybe they get fuller and they become dark clouds and it rains. Negative emotions. Maybe
that's a good analogy, and then if you allow yourself long enough to be the observer, these will pass. Anger management, joy management. You never hear about joy management. Just don't become a professional, either one or all of them. Just express them. But there's that conditioning again. When people try to philosophize, you can't philosophize if you bring in your likes without your dislikes, or leave them both at the door. Why is a tree the way it is? What's under that ground? What's above it? Where do I see the word tree? That's the observer, not trying to get attached to the language, let alone how you feel about it. Just long enough so you can experience just the feelings, but at the same time, the space between the feelings. Because we do use words like we express emotions. We don't see emotions. We as a species have not got to a point where, let's say, science says, well, certain molecules have to be aligned in your body to do anger emotions, sad emotions. We're hearing things like, well, dopamines, if you do certain kinds of alternating drugs, you will bring it to the surface. but where does it reside? We say words like cause and effect, but we're actually in the side effect realm, because I don't know where language exists. Now, somebody else could say, well, I do. I said, well, then how would you explain to me that's never seen an alien? This is why we share with each other. Debating is a clever person's position. They're just punking their views, which I'm doing right now, but I'm not going to debate somebody on it. They're just a view that I'm experiencing in that moment. I don't see the sun like Darlene sees it. I just don't. That would imply that if I did, then I can see through her senses. Well, I can't. So then I'll just keep quiet after I share, hear her view on it, and I might even ask questions. But I'm still not going to really grasp it. I might be an empath or a clairvoyant where I can see the color red, and I've never seen it before. Because when I close my eyes, I still don't see red. That's where we get conditioned while we're in these forms. There's nothing good or bad about it. It's just an awareness. That's conditioning. How would the world work if we weren't all conditioned? That's where the word, well, then it would be lucky. That's usually a person that's pretty ignorant that would say that. But hey, that's for them to become aware of that. And if they do, then they can start their journey. So then everything I've ever said in my life could be misleading. Could be.
Yes, thank you, Dominic, and thank you, Darlene. I like the goddess Fortuna
Mhm.
and other goddesses or in gods. It could be that they were all gradually created like in a democratic way, like together a society, sort of like building a sculpture, but everybody contributes to it by putting more and more clay on the sculpture, and so it developed into some goddess, some god, some mythology. And what was the purpose? Maybe it's to ease our mind from the fears, and maybe if we worship that goddess or god, then we'll feel that we're protected from misfortune, from bad luck, things like that. And yeah,
It could be, Jarrell, but would we be able to grasp the idea that each word, each letter, each number has its own entity or goddesses, hence why it's in chaos. And then when it joins with another word, it becomes order. So now you use the word democracy. Okay. Again, typical us as humans, when we live in one part of the world, because the world is so vast, the humans are so small in it, where we would assume, well, this is how Americans and Canadians or developed country is, so we think it. But yet at the same time, we're denouncing the fact that there's many isms. Could they all be misleading? Well, if one is, then they all must be, and vice versa. So for us to perceive that the gods, which could be, that they're following a democracy system, what happened if democracy is actually a particular god's or entity's role? And if they can get a whole bunch of people to follow it, then other gods can ask them, say, well, what about happiness? Or the number 9 or the number 7? These are all energy. You know, we expend our energy on a regular basis by moving my hands, going out and doing some sort of task for, let's say, fiat currency, or to help the community, to be of service. That's all energy. Now, I'm using a word to describe it. Clouds use it. There's energy for the clouds to exist, and let alone move them. Same with the sun and the moon. You know, for you to question it within yourself, whether you say it before or you question it after you've said it, am I to assume that all human beings in the world should follow a system called democracy? This is why you start questioning your reason, your thinking, and your feeling, not others, your own. I'm questioning it out loud because I've heard the word. I don't perceive the word that you just said as yours. You've experienced the word democracy, and within it, there's all kinds of letters and all that, but that's another layer that we can play with. I could play with Jarvo, you can just say, okay, well, I just like the word democracy, and I've been programmed in my system. But even that, America's pretty wide. There's many cities, towns, villages, and does that make it America?
Mm.
Or is that luck again? Luck and the ideal that you're using your reason and mind solely out of luck. When I tell my buddies, I said, anytime you hear any leader saying the word, we're here to represent the people, they have classifications. We're not classified as people. We're classified as citizens. So then they're not lying when they say, we the people and our prosperity. The people in that room that were classified as families and prosperity bloodlines. There's nothing wrong with it. You just have to understand how the rules are played. Their rules in this case, whoever they may be, because I have my own rules, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to convince a whole bunch of people to play my rules for them to be naive. That's why you hear the term, their naivety is our bliss. The citizens are naive, so therefore it's our bliss. Because they're not them finding out, we would have what some people would call it chaos, not anarchy. You would have chaos. Because most people don't understand. How do you respect the rules that you play in? By honoring it, regardless if you agree or disagree. And most people do play on the premise that most state and religion is based on luck, because they don't appreciate the system that they're in, let alone the bodies that they're in. We all do take advantage of our bodies. We're guessing on that part, but I can talk on my behalf for sure. Yeah, I do.
Mm.
I was just gonna add that, like, because we live in sort of a meritocracy type, socially, we're more of a meritocracy. So, like, when we see a homeless person, we think that they somehow merited, they somehow earned that. It's not that they were unlucky or unfortunate.
Mhm.
Whereas the people in, like, the Greece society in Athens, they believed that the goddess Fortuna, she gave some people luck, but didn't give other people's luck. So they're unfortunate. So they didn't.
Wow.
They deserved empathy because it wasn't their fault that the goddess of Fortuna didn't bless them with fortune.
Mm.
Oh,
So
Yeah,
so
that's a valid
so
point.
they
wow, that's interesting.
so people who were on the streets, who were unlucky, who were unfortunate, those unfortunates, they, giving them, free food
Mhm.
was considered to be what you're supposed to do, because they're
Mm.
unfortunates. It's not their fault that the goddess of Fortuna didn't bless them with luck, and that's why they're homeless. That's why they're beggars. So they deserved empathy. Whereas when a lot of people in our society, when we see a
Mhm.
homeless person, because we don't believe in luck and we don't believe a goddess of Fortuna is giving other people luck, we feel like people merited, they worked hard for their own money. It wasn't some god or goddess, because we don't believe in that superstition. So what it leads, we don't, because we don't really believe in luck, we believe it creates a
Oh,
meritocracy,
that's
and so it
interesting.
makes it so we don't have empathy for people when they're homeless. It's like, oh, they earned, they somehow deserve to be homeless because they didn't earn money. We don't believe that we don't really believe that they just got bad luck, because we do we
Mm.
and generally we our society doesn't really believe in bad luck anymore.
Mm. Interesting.
And because of that, by default, it's almost by accident, we end up not having enough empathy for the homeless.
I think, Darlene, there's a lot of validity in that. I would give the example of, if you're born with a certain kind of genetics looks, that would be a very strong statement of a person that's born what some people, majority would perceive, let's say, ugly. But if a person ends up getting into a car accident, that's more or less us in the physical. People that were born into a wealthy family, that would be born with the Fortuna, the god of Fortuna. But for most people that see a homeless person, if they're head over heels in debt, they won't understand that concept of the goddess of Fortuna. They're thinking that their own will can do that. If a person chooses to be homeless because nobody helped them with his, maybe he has a problem with his mental capacity or emotions or other things, maybe parents died, then maybe in some instances it could be they weren't fortunate. But most people that use that, the reason why they don't appreciate luck and the goddess of Fortuna is they're not close to nature anymore. So they're not appreciating what comes out of the womb. Like I could be born through a silver spoon, but if my silver spoon came from my parents conquering other people's kids, then it's not really luck. That's the god of a war that gave us that. Fortuna would be if you were born with healthy kids and somebody else weren't born with healthy kids, but then you do some investigation, your forefathers, they abuse alcohol, this and that. Well, then it carries itself in the genes. So we still have to take accountability too. The people that say that that person's unfortunate, they're homeless, there would be more of the questions I would ask them. I said, okay, so you do own a home, or are you constantly in debt? Or are you paying tribute called property tax to royal families? Well, then the person that is homeless, if I start talking to him, he goes, well, I've chosen to abstain from all my attachments. Well, then that person is by far more wise than the other person that's thinking it's all about luck. That's an investigation again. And most people aren't prepared to go and bring their emotions out on the table. They'll get all hurt and emotional. I said, well, then you're revealing you're not ready to be an adult yet. You're in an adult form, but you're acting still like a child. And that's where I say the age of 7 to 14 is when a person developed their emotions. The first 7 years should be the physical development, but unfortunately, our cultures and a lot of cultures have forgot the weaning process. You get your calcium from the womb of a woman, and you're not going to get your milk later on from another animal. Some people might be able to endure that, but that's why most people are deficient, just because we forgot the cycles that we're in. Most of us even forgot, well, can't say everybody here, but I understand it, doesn't mean I practice it. We even forget the cycle of where the sun and moon has to be for all kinds of currency, whether it's planting seeds, doing business transaction. The elites understand that because they pay a lot of people that still understand that stuff. So, but not to take it away from you, Darlene, there is the goddess of Fortuna, but a lot of it is humans getting involved, and they're just bastardizing the words by not honoring the god by looking at the circumstances and saying, was she gifted the appearance of beauty? Was he gifted with the ability of running? It's a tough one.
I'm just glad that my comment sparked more thought.
Mhm.
Yes, it's making me think, and yet in this society, perhaps the Christian teachings that have come down, that are some people that practice it like charity and things like that. Maybe that and compassion that somehow some people develop that so that they're very actively involved in giving to the homeless and things like that. So I kind of appreciate that, how they're very actively involved in that.
Oh, Gerald, and that's mhm. Christians sometimes in those particular cases, same with like Muslims, they end up becoming like some people badmouth people that become cat ladies or a cat person. How many cats do you think you can save? Unless you understand to help the poor is making sure that you don't turn out more people to be poor. And I'm talking both emotionally and mentally. Forget about, I've earned a whole bunch of money at whether I'm aware of it or not at the expense of others, and now I'm going to give charity. Most of those people are wanting outside gratifications. It's a private matter how you help that situation. To be a Christian, And to understand the teachings is one thing, but to be a Christian and only got caught up, and I've had this conversation with you, Jaros, where a lot of monks spend way too much time playing the part of a monk by wearing the robe, opposed to, why do you need the classification? You're just putting on another persona by calling yourself a monk. You know, are you not attached to that robe? Well, yes. So then you really aren't going to understand attachments. You observe attachments. You don't try to give it up, because the whole story of Buddha, he got attached to the whole reincarnation process. But we are the Buddha, meaning that we come into the form. Being the anointed is the few that become aware of it and be the example for oneself, for the ego, not for others. Because our parents do not teach us how to breathe, so they're not our teachers. My wife doesn't teach me how to breathe. That's consciousness. There is a teacher out there, but we first have to prepare ourselves to be, I'm going to use it loosely, a student. But when somebody talks to me about the concept of free will, the will has many variations. What's the frequency and sound for the word free? And I don't care if you're a professor. It just means you've been indoctrinated. You got 1 degree. That doesn't mean nothing if you understand that there's many degrees out there. English has many degrees to it. So when you're given that as an example, it's a good example, but if you do investigation and then you correlate that with somebody that goes around trying to help all kinds of people, like a Mother Teresa, when does it end? You're always going to have people that are poor, and the people that are trying to help them and not understanding that's not their role are poor. Now, there might be moments when you try to help a person cross the street or whatever, you have the ability to respond. But most people react, well, they're doing it, so I got to do it. Who said that's your role? And that's an internal thing. No different when you go into a dark alley, something inside says, not today, Dominic and Darlene, you're not going in that dark alley. But if I don't follow that, whatever that's inside of me, then I'm going to get the reward, not consequences. I'm going to get that reward. It's like when a person puts their hands on the stove. What was your reward today? What do you mean? Well, what did you learn? I learned the stove is hot and I know how to communicate. So you understand emotions and you understand how to communicate. Those are rewards. Knowing that most human beings try to avoid what they call negative, well, then at least share openly what you call positive. What did you learn from hurting another person? Well, I wouldn't want to do that to myself. So then what did you learn? That you're a hypocrite. Well done. And then you can go from there, dust off the stand off your hands and move on. But for most people, we say things without investigating. I do it on a regular basis, but I'm okay with my hypocrisy because I will reinvestigate this. I'll even listen to this video, but most people don't. They figure, well, whatever comes out of my mouth, well, who's the one that's functioning that part? Because when I'm awake, something's running my blood. When I'm asleep, something's running my blood. You don't need a Jesus or Muhammad to tell you that. But if there's teachings that they give you, then let's stop talking about their names and let's talk about the teachings. What did you do, Dominic, today? Well, I woke up today. I heard a bunch of guys talking a whole bunch of stuff. So what's the sounds and frequency in that? Sounded like it was a distraction. But that's my perception, and I'm allowed to share that. But it's not debatable for anybody else because the simple inquiry would be, do you see it through my senses? No, I don't know Darlene's story. I can hear her, but when I say her, Darlene, when I say your story, I didn't grow up with you. You're the only person that's ever been in that vessel to my awareness, unless you value the concept that other beings can come in and out of that body like walk-ins, but not everybody can do that. Went on again. Sorry, guys.
Good conversation, good thinking, good clear thinking, or maybe good things to explore, like back to the goddess Fortuna. So I learned that's something that's interesting, that the belief in the goddess Fortuna kind of it generates empathy towards others that are less fortunate, because that goddess, you could say, dished out good fortune to some and bad fortunes to others. So that way you can say to yourself, oh, these people that are less fortunate are not less fortunate because they did something wrong. It wasn't their fault. So you develop some empathy and maybe hope, wish that. Well, instead of having us like snub them off or say, oh, they're no good, you at least say, oh, for God, you don't have to like give charity to them, but at least I don't know if is respect is the word, maybe just empathy, just feel for them. You don't have to do anything for them, but just at least feel for them. And maybe that also happens. Well, yeah, like Darlene says, that happens because our society is focusing on merit. That if you work hard, you'll get ahead, and so the people that are well off, they must have worked hard and got ahead. But these people that are real poor or ended up homeless, they didn't work hard and they ended that way.
Gerald, I'm going to share something with you. Everything you just shared, that is not the God of Fortuna. That's a human assumption. God of Fortuna is about goodness and luck. If you see somebody that's very successful, you go to them and say, please share some wisdom with me. There is other gods, and that God is the God of misfortunes. A person that's homeless, that's a clever human being trying to think, well, I'm better. No, you're just being a little child still. If you understand that somebody out there has become successful and has a nice house and nice kids and all that, wisdom comes by going to them and saying, can you share me some of how you got to that point? Then you're talking to the God of Fortuna. God, she's a God of wealth. She's not a God of poverty. That's the religious punking off reverse psychology. You don't go to a homeless person and say, oh, I feel sorry for you. Well, then you're not coming to the God of Fortuna. He doesn't come in and stomp on top of you and say, I'm better than you. You go to people that are successful and ask them their ways. You might even come to the realization, I'm very grateful that I actually got to talk to you, because even if I want to strive for what you do, I don't have it in me to achieve it. But thank you for sharing. And then you're complimenting them. Going to homeless people and telling them, oh, poor you, and why? Are you going to say the God of Fortuna? No, that's arrogance. And God Fortuna has nothing to do with that.
No.
Now, if you want to believe in things, that's one thing. But if you want to know, go out there and ask people that have become successful and become trillionaires. Well, Dominic, you know, so if someone did not have good luck, it was not their own fault. Darlene, has nothing to do with fault. Good is good, spiritual, material is material, good and evil, spiritual material. You know, if you're the observer, you don't lean towards one another. And that's a condition that we think everything should be right and wrong. We're just changing right and left. Those are just directions. I don't know what a trillionaire does. Sorry, Jaro, I might understand how they've done it, but it's not the few that wreck it for the many. It's the masses that are in ignorance. You know, Hitler did not go around killing everybody. He might have convinced a few people that convinced a whole bunch of other people. But the person in the end that's holding that gun, shooting another human being, you got to go backwards now. They're the one that are misfortunate, because somewhere along the line, somebody never taught them or allowed them to be aware, to question within themselves, is this what I want to do? Well, Dominic, if I don't do that, then I'm going to get killed. I'll take my chances in the unknown than opposed to the known. This is why when people fear the unknown, have you ever died before to your awareness in this realm? Well, no. So your dad dying has nothing to do with you. You don't even know where he went. So why fear the unknown? Maybe become aware of the known. So now some people will use the word good luck, but then there's good ways of doing things. There's good way of thinking, talking, spiritual. That's what we're using, spirit. That's the word spirit, good. So now, is it the fault? Well, that's a conditioned thing. It's anybody's fault. Is it my fault that somebody built a gun? No. Is it my fault that somebody else used a gun to kill somebody else? No. Is it my fault or my responsibility to know when the gun's in my hand? That's the difference. Most people are reacting opposed to having the ability to respond. If you go inwards, that's why we have many words: information, insight, intuitive, because that's where your teacher comes through. It's not inside the vessel. You're just using your brains. The mind is the vessel before the brain, which is the aura, whatever you want to call it. I'm just bastardizing words right now. So good luck could be your mother talked to you when you're talked to the womb. And then the spirit chose, she seems like a caring soul. So what we'll do is when that baby's born, because it's its own intelligent, I'll jump into it. My spirit will jump into it. So one of your forefathers might come back into that vessel, maybe. But if you say, well, I don't want people to know I'm cruel, there's an unknown world that knows everything. But there's also the essence to things. So now, if you want to value the ideal that it's a fault, question it for yourself. You don't need to have somebody say, well, there's a such thing as right or wrong. Only you would know, is there a fault? Could be a fault, like, terminology like a crack. I don't believe people are lying to each other. I think they're misleading each other. How so? Because is it my responsibility to invade another human being when I've never left my vessel? That's what we do to each other. I'm just talking out loud because, like everybody else, we have the ability to learn a craft. I don't know many languages when it comes to spoken, but I do know colors and numbers. Those are languages. So in this particular case, if there is a god of Fortuna, people can believe in her or no. And then they can even go towards wisdom and understanding. I'm not the goddess, let's say, I'm guessing at this point, I'm not the goddess of misfortune. That's somebody else's role. I'm the god of fortune. You honor me by asking the people that I've blessed, what did they do privately or their forefathers to get this? Opposed to, well, the people that didn't follow me, that's another category. That's somebody else running that. We do have tricksters in this realm, and they're there to teach. But they're also here to learn for themselves. If they follow an order and they've been commanded to mislead this person, that's their role. And they're supposed to stay true to that. If there's people out here that are here to teach people how to become aware, that's their role too. But they're not responsible how the people perceive it. So now for me, if I saw somebody very fortunate and I got a sense from them, they're the kind of people, they know how to communicate how they became fortunate, then I'll ask them. But if they're just like, yeah, Dominic, I just take it for granted, I'm privileged, then it's of no interest. Thank you. Because I'm here to learn information. I'm here to gather information. What I can do with it, that's my struggles, guys.
May I
Sorry.
try to add to Darlene's introduction to Fortuna, Dominic's introduction to finding the wisdom in how to skillfully acquire that fortune. So, because Dominic introduced the idea that maybe we could go approach the person that has acquired the skills and knowledge to obtain good fortune. Maybe there's a skill involved in gaining wealth. So that if we knew that, then maybe there will be less unfortunate people if more people knew that. So
in a sense, Gerald, Darlene leans.
Dominic introduced.
There's empathy, and then there's people that are clairvoyant. Most people, when they're empathy, they have to experience within themselves so they can relate with other people as best as they can. You're not really experiencing it through their energy, but you might be able to be within their energy. So some people are clairsaying, I think it is, clairvoyant. You don't have to experience other people's or similar things. So again, empathy is a step, and for some people, that is their gift of empathy. Then there's other people that are narcissists, sociopath, psychopath. Those are extreme cases of people underdeveloped. But I've always questioned, well, what about the people that are with them? Where's their level of awareness and their emotions? Because there's only few people that are narcissists and sociopath and psychopath. A guy that goes to the gym, always trying to make himself look pretty, or a woman that's always putting on a lot of makeup is a form of narcissist. Now, they could be a sociopath and a psychopath too. So I wouldn't expect them to be empathy when their gift is narcissist, sociopath. Again, this is not to perceive as one is right and the other one is wrong. It's to observe them. I don't know their story. I don't know what their long-term purpose is. We live in a system where people want to be governed over. So you can't have a person that's empathy ruling over people. You would have to have somebody that's very narcissistic or sociopathic or very psychopathic. But there's so much, plus now we live in an era where a long time ago we had the era of where reading and writing was important. Now we have the era of again, using another senses where YouTube, oral teachings or visual teachings are out. So we don't question those things from within. We question others, but it was never about knowing others. It was about knowing the self, knowing the ego. I'm aware of people when I hear them talk about self-awareness opposed to awareness of the self, or loving the self, or self-loving. The ego is the one when it's spoken first. Self-anything, self-love, self-help, self-observation, self-centered, opposed to observe the self, center the self. The ego's the child. In this day and age, I would say it's the app on your phone. And then there's something that's the hard drive of the phone. They're both programs. But what's the Wi-Fi and also the electricity that goes to those devices? That's the energy that I'm talking about. So now for people, and I can say that about myself still, there's things I still have beliefs in it. I can believe we went to the moon, but I can't say for sure that I know. And even if I did go to the moon with them, I would know, but where would I get the wisdom and understanding to say, well, who gave us this technology? Because humans aren't that intelligent. We know how to use a car. This is why when I heard Joro, you've said it, where people want to be happy, positive. Well, then explain to me, or to yourself, hopefully, more than yourself than to me, if I went to the car and I pulled off the negative lead or the positive lead, or I lifted off the ground, that's grounding. How would that car be classified as a car now, functionable? The sun and the moon and the earth, positive and negative and grounding. So for us, we've been gifted by coming into this realm. There is rulers of this realm, and we're showing disrespect by thinking one leads over the other. It could be, you could have moments of despair, and there is a God for that too. There's a God for depression. When I say God, I'm talking energy. We can call them aliens, you can call them molecules, you can call them whatever you want, but there is energy. I'm not going to lean towards a religion because that's just a dogma, same with state. But I do hear people talk about, well, who did you vote for? So you're going to give up your sovereign being and ask somebody to rule over you. Okay. Tell me how that works for you, because I'm pretty sure there's a whole bunch of other people you could ask them the same thing. So how did that help me? It helped me economically, but how did that help you spiritually? That's me being in the inquiry, because I'm always the student. I want to learn. If they've been blessed with something, I kind of want to learn. I might not necessarily want it because I don't know if I lack it yet. And darling, you pose a lot of things. That's the whole idea of prayer, inquiry. I get into a state of silence for a moment, and then I do the meditation part. I listen, and then sometimes I feel like I want to spill it out. I'm not trying to attack you in anything you're saying, because those words we don't own. So
I was just positing an observation, mostly. I wasn't like saying that I believe in luck or in the goddess of Fortuna. I was just making an observation about current society versus ancient societies.
Yes, I found it interesting. I so current society, by being merit focused, will tend to have less empathy towards those that are not well off, and maybe they even I don't know, they worship the ones that are very well off.
Yeah,
They
yes,
say,
I'm
oh,
I'm just pointing out the irony that
mhm.
because people are believing in gods and goddesses less, because people don't believe in that, because people are not believing in luck, not believing that some extra force is delving out luck unfairly, giving some people luck and not good luck to others.
Mhm.
But karma is actually kind of bad if you think about it, because then it's
Mhm.
like, well, if somebody's homeless, then they somehow earned it. That's
Mhm.
actually
Yeah, that's
so that's the it's actually
that,
not gonna have, people are gonna have less empathy um with that. So that's kind of an ironic thing too, but it is kind of ironic that as people are being more factual and not believing in these made up fantasy gods, um ouch, my back is hurting, because if people, it's just ironic that because people are not believing in these fantasy gods and not believing in luck, they're it's ironic that there's
mm,
less empathy.
I think what
um
happens, Darlene, most people are
but
just reversing their beliefs. Go ahead.
yeah, and it's not the same in all societies. Like the
Mhm.
societies that believe in the karma,
mhm.
they're not just believing in the luck and believing in the karma the way that they believe in it, um does not necessarily produce the empathy, take away or give more empathy in the same way, because the belief, it's just different.
I think, Darlene, a lot of people have a miscue on this. When karma's attachments to the physical, so a person that is caught up and they don't understand what fasting is, or giving up one of your other needs, which is a shelter, is actually giving up most of their attachments. The person that says, well, this person's creating karma. No, the person's actually attached to their foods, attached to their house, attached to their kids. They're developing a material attachments. They're actually why they keep coming back over and over again. Now, if I could scoop you up to 100 years from now and into the future, if there's such thing as the future, but it will exist because we're only in the moment. I would say, Darlene, how many people or Jaro, how many people you honestly thought were actually talking about philosophy? A handful of people. Back in the Greek time, there was only a handful of people. When I say a handful, it could be 1 million people. So how many people were creating cars? A handful. The whole ideal about our ancestors was there was only a handful of people that understood where the sun and the moon had to be to grow your plants. So now there was a handful of people that have wishful thinking of a God, but there was also a handful of people that were closer to nature and realized whether there was a God or not, I do see something that was left from whoever or whatever. So I should at least respect it. So now, again, this is where the illusion, the play, because we're using language, hence the play, and then you have the karma part, the action part. So the person that's looking at them, that's their ego playing a game with themselves. So I say, I feel sorry for them, but you don't know their story. Let alone do you know your own story. Karma is an energy, and in that energy, we're all developing it. We're not really learning. So then we're going to come back over and over again. Now, a person can say, Dominic, I don't value rebirth and reincarnation. Well, then why didn't you get the luck of being born through a womb and be a trillionaire? Is that luck then? And for a lot of people, if they're really honest with themselves, honest with the self, then I would have to lean towards that definition, because they can't comprehend the fact that, well, you're trying to tell me in one lifetime I can work so hard that I can own thousands and thousands of buildings and yet still not own the land? Interesting. But people aren't going to do that investigation because most of us are living like the Walking Dead, or we all have ostriches in our heads. What we do is come up for air once in a while and say, I'm going to vote for this person, denounce a dogma, which is a belief system. But so is science. So is religion. I mean, state, even biology. I can only have faith that my heart exists. Even though I might see somebody else's heart, they can even put me to sleep and show me my heart. Then I would have to believe them, even though, am I believing in the technology that they showed me through? Because I'm sitting in technology, which is my vessel, the vessel that I own for a short period of time. I'm not even doing a good job at it, so I can't even say I own it. I'm probably disrespecting it. But unless people are willing to get to that investigation, they're going to just scratch the surface of what they think what others are doing or aren't doing. And that's me too doing. I'm doing the same thing too, because I don't know what a homeless person, how he came to be, let alone what a trillionaire has to do to be where they're at.
Yeah, I'm just barely barely scratching the surface when I am just making my one observation. I'm just barely scratching the surface too.
You're honest with yourself, Darlene. Well done. That's all because we're all in the same kind of way. Like even a person that says, well, Dominic, but I'm an athlete. I said, well, somebody had to create the sport. You know, even when I look at things like an athlete, like a Michael Jordan, somebody had to create him, the game itself, his opponents. So he's only one piece, not even the cog in the wheel. Madonna is just one person. She didn't create the vocals. She didn't create the music. She didn't create the band. She didn't create the fans that are watching us. This is where humans forget we're just one part in what's called the world. What are we doing with the sequoia trees? What are we doing with the river? Well, Dominic, I can't see those things. You don't have to see them. You go inwards. You're aware of what that means. Now, it might be a different language that person might be using.
One of Madonna's dance teachers was Martha Graham, a very, very famous dance teacher. So she was lucky to have Martha Graham as one of her dance teachers.
Mm.
Yeah. And she was lucky enough to probably be able to teach another person like Madonna, because the industry, a lot of it's set up to a point, and we get to appreciate. It's like when I was saying earlier, Darlene, I get to experience language. But most people think that the material is so important. The material is a linear experience. The language I use is varied, many more experience. Same with emotions. When I can describe the thing called a hand, I can describe it with many languages, but the material and the hand are two different things. I don't see the language I speak. And when I say the word hand, you might have a thought, hand. Those are two different languages. And we experience way more in the unknown than we do in the known. So Madonna, you said the word, this one lady, you put the word famous. Where do we get that concept from? Who's famous? She hasn't done nothing amazing at all. And when I say that, we have poverty in the world. We have people very greedy in the world, but that's how we've been conditioned to acknowledge those things and say, oh, that person's famous. And then they're not questioning within yourself. I'm not here to question them, question myself. What's famous, Dom? Getting a whole bunch of people giving me their energy? Really, I don't even like going to the flea market with all that energy there, but that's me. For other people, they like that. Only a narcissist would actually accept the idea that they're famous. But that's them, because maybe that's what they're designed to do.
Mm.
You know, maybe her parents assisted her and by encouraging her to be the best she can be. So is it the accomplishment, the outcome, or the encouragement that I would value? I would value the encouragement. You know, when people talk about gay rights, I said, that's a private matter. That's not a public matter. Black Lives Matter. Well, first of all, I've never seen a human being that's black or white. So what are we really doing when we're lying to ourselves? And it should be a private matter, not a public matter. Now, most people don't understand when you're in court, you've made a mistake. Why? Because you should be selling this in a private institution, not a public. That's why we have public discord. When a person joins YouTube and says, well, they're banning me. I said, because you joined their system and you're dishonoring them publicly. You got to follow the rules. This is not like IKEA. You go IKEA and you throw the instructions away. You got to keep the instructions. You got to read the instructions. You got to understand the rules. Don't worry about the outcome. Play the gentle person's game. Understand the rules of the game. So if there is a goddess called Fortuna, okay, ciao, Darlene. Have a beautiful day, young lady.
No, there's no goddess of Fortuna.
Okay, that's true. But I can play the game. I can play the game.
We can think about how the ancient peoples thought. Yeah, awesome.
Yes.
I put a Wikipedia link of Martha Graham in the chat. But
Thank you. Thank you, Darlene. I'll scoop it right now.
Thank you for giving me more to think about.
Thank you, Darlene, and good luck in everything you do.
Good luck to all of you guys. Awesome.
Thank you.
Mm. Mm. Mhm. I learned that there was a belief in a goddess of Fortuna for the ancient Greeks, and that promoted some kind of empathy towards those who weren't favored by the goddess Fortuna. And there's less empathy today. And there's also maybe little empathy for those people who believe in karma, because then it's kind of like merit also, because you strive to gain good karma or good merit, and strive to burn the bad karmic seeds, and so the result would be could be that you gain wealth, or maybe you gain beauty, or maybe you gain intelligence, or maybe you gain the ability to meditate and focus harder and gain spiritual insights and whatever. And then those that are living in poverty, you would say, they didn't work hard enough in their previous lives, so that's what they get. So I don't need to give empathy towards them because it was their karma.
Gerald, if a person has, based on what you're just saying, good karma, and then somebody else has bad karma or misfortune karma, but you both end up back into the same physical realm, then you do a thing called you're both settled. People that are rich and really are miserable have settled. When you go to court, commerce court, and the person says, I'm not here to give you an apology or justice. I just want to earn money from it, pay for my fence or whatever. You're playing a game called settlement. So now, whether or not you have good karma or bad karma, you're coming back again. Now, whether or not you think being on top of the egg or at the middle of the egg or at the bottom of the egg, that's just your settlement. You're still in shit, no matter how you shake it and bake it. But if you come back here with a purpose, like a Buddhakata, where you're trying to help your other fellow beings to at least allow themselves to activate their awareness, then you're helping. The person that's in nirvana figures, I've tried, maybe I'm a selfish human being, I might as well just be on the wayside, I've just lost my game of poker, so I'm going to sit on the side, which is fine. I think it's more honorable to come back and to assist other people in their process, even though it'll be a struggle. But for most people, the ideal of doing good karma or bad karma, I'm going to shoot you opposed to you shooting me. We're both going to be in the same boat. Now, you want to live a little better of a life, you're still settling. You want to be famous, you're still settling. What do you mean? Unless you're aware of other possibilities, then you're really settling. Whether you're aware of it or not, I could just be making it all up, but it's still a settlement. But hey, if you value the ideal of doing good karma, I could become rich. And I can also almost assure you financially, I'm going to be harming other people, whether I want to or not. So now, around my own privileged people say, well, Dominic, you're wealthy. We don't talk about poor people. Why? Because then we would have to realize we've contributed to their being poor. Yeah, but consumer beware. Oh, so I'm in a business world then. Oh, okay. So then why don't I just wait for them to earn all their money and I'll just shoot them then? Well, we have rules. I thought we already had rules when we came into this realm and we disobeyed those rules. So why would I do this either? Yeah, but if you get caught, if I get caught. So if I'm speeding on the highway, am I worrying about obeying the rules or worrying about getting caught? And then you got to be honest with yourself. How many times, not how many people, how many times have I been on the highway worrying about getting caught? That's the human behavior that we've chosen to emulate on a regular basis, hence law of attraction. Joel has a game, he's trying to promote it. If everybody was actually too busy to say, Joel, it's a nice ideal, but I don't have time to be on Zoom and I don't have time to play one of these games because I'm out there playing a different game. I have to wait for the rain to stop so I can grow my crops. Now, if me and Joel were trying to promote selling a new brand of Ferrari, it would be the same ideal. Sorry, Joel and Dom. I don't have the energy to spend to drive your fancy, your lack, which is your wants, your fancy, unnecessary Ferrari to the majority, because I'm out there raising my cows. This is what happens when we get into a privileged society. Most of the philosophy that's been done by the philosophers were spoiled old men. because they've achieved certain accomplishments and now they have time to say, okay, I can breathe now. I wonder why life is this, because that was the same energy they were using to accomplish something. Look at me, I'm a famous person. I don't think Socrates set off to do that. And even that, he was trying to educate what? The children of that age, where he was in a club. Your job is not to educate. It'd be like a politician trying to educate the masses and say, well, you've been lying to all this time. No, because the people that are in the club, they understand, even if you want to tell the masses that they've been lied to, they would reinforce it by saying, no, it's the woman that tells another woman, you got to be obedient to your man, opposed to being obedient to yourself. Because people get caught up in their genders. Well, you're a woman, you should know your place. Yeah, within myself. You're a man, you should know your place from within yourself. But we don't do that anymore, Gyro. What we do is we have this fancy ideal of, well, maybe what Dominic was saying, there were some possibilities what he's saying, but no, my beliefs is what are my truths. So therefore, whatever he has to say means nothing to me. But maybe if he dies and he writes a whole bunch of books and then he can't represent himself, then I'll believe him. This is what we do with a guy like Jesus or Muhammad or all these other characters like former presidents. Oh, finally, they're going to write a book on him after he no longer is in any position to do anything, because he was never in any position. And most of the people that write a book on him, they're the ones writing the book. Like as though Clinton even knew how to write a book. It was somebody asked him a whole bunch of questions. They know the publisher, they'll write a book. Same with Jimmy Carter, all these characters. You know, but that's where we're at. But when I hear guys talking about who they're voting for, wow, you're picking who your slave master is going to be next. And that's fine. But you're not questioning, not me. You're not questioning why you do what you do. Not the system. The system doesn't care if you're there or not. Democracy set up, Jaro, that as long as 3 people vote, the majority could be 2 to 1. Republican is set up that everybody has to vote. Then you have to have 50+1. So democracy is not an amazing thing to be in when you're trying to discourage people from voting by giving them a bunch of idiots. So then I'm not going to vote for any of the evils in the world. So it's not an accomplishment. And the Americans that vote for a politician that's been selected in a system that we, the people, don't give a damn about our citizens, you're being an idiot. Don't cast your vote. But if you do, be prepared to realize you're basing it on your likes and dislike. You're going to defend the person that you think was the right pick for you, and you're going to attack somebody else who's not even in there anymore. It's a waste of energy. And then you spend a lot of energy thinking, well, he believes in abortions and he doesn't. What happened if the person was raped? Again, that's typical men thinking it's the responsibility of telling what a woman should or shouldn't do. Boy, that doesn't show at all you're caring for a human being. Hence, when Darlene's talking about lack of empathy. Or Christians, do unto others what you do to yourself. Really, would you want people to vote for you if you knew what the responsibility of it is to be a politician? You're going to have to learn to lie to the people. It's like being a parent saying to your kids, I'm going to spend quality time with you, son, when I come back from work. And every day it's the same Charlie Brown thing with the girl. But Dad, you're not spending time with me. So you're lying to me then. Why don't you at least be honest and say, son, I don't got time for you. Okay, at least you're being honest. Jaro, if you vote for anybody in Florida, it tells a lot about you. But hey, that's your choice. You can do whatever you want. But the fact that you're promoting it to other people, what are you looking for? Somebody to agree or disagree with you? Ponder it. It's a ponder. That's something that you can take into your own little cave and then go inwards. That's what the whole cave thing about is. There's that little thing inside of you. Good luck trying to get outside of your own brain and then explain to somebody else. They're already caught up in their own little caves, like what I'm doing now. I don't expect you to understand me, but I hope you to at least understand the system that you're in. And don't count on your parents to explain that to you, because I'm not counting on me to explain to you. Unless you're doing what's called not love, but obligation and duty. I got to vote because I'm an American. I got to vote for the candidate in my region, but meanwhile, it has nothing to do with the prime minister. That's our system. Well, you don't even get to vote directly, even if you believe in that system, to the person that you want to be prime minister. Joel knows that, whether he understands that or not, but I'm pretty sure he gets it. You're casting your person to whoever, and then if enough people vote for one of his person, then he becomes elected. That's the same ideal with judges in America or United Nations. Do the citizens of the world get to pick who represent the United Nations? No. Do you honestly think you get to select if Joe Biden gets to be the next president or not? You don't. They select it. They just based it on a popularity. Let's see who the public hates, because that's who we're going to make president. Why? Because they'll spend too much time arguing about who we did or didn't pick. But meanwhile, they don't give a damn about, but what about all the policies that we're making when you're too busy worrying about if we impeach the guy or not? They're laughing at you guys. To a point, they honestly don't even spend time, because after a while, it's not even worth laughing, because your stomach gets hurt and say, they're idiots. Even if we wanted to make them aware, they're not going to get it. They're like the mouse that keeps going to the same trap, and there's not even cheese there anymore. And that's what you're doing. Until you become aware of that, you're going to defend or attack or feel uncomfortable because somebody tells you for the first time in your life, for the first time in your existence, not life, to think, because it's not illegal yet. But to think, forget about clearly, but to think. Then hopefully you could say, so why am I voting? And what purpose would it serve for a guy I don't even know who he is? I don't even know who his family is. I don't even know what he stands for. Are you voting for him because he's dark-skinned? Are you voting because he's a Christian? Are you voting because he raped a person? What are you voting him for? For one of his personas? So now, in a long-about way, you're voting based on luck. It's all about luck, because you're not really putting a lot of effort to understand, why do I do what I do? It's luck that I wake up every morning because I don't really appreciate the body that I'm in, let alone the whatever runs it. Well, Dom, I think you're just making that up. I said, I thought I was making everything up personally. But I'm allowed to investigate anything I put on my plate. We do eat cardboard, in the form of pizza. Maybe you guys don't per se, but I do. So I'm going through the motions of eating, but not really understanding if that food's even healthy or not. Once again, I'm yapping.
So what have you learned?
I learned I yap a lot, Jaro, just for the sake. But when I'm not in these kind of meetups, I don't have to yap a lot. I just ponder a lot of things, and I don't mind sharing out loud. But I know I go on. But then again, I don't make any false promises to anybody here. I've never shown a track record that, Joel, you voted me for the umpteenth time, and I'm giving you the same result. I've never once, from money from Joel, anything from you, Jaro, maybe some of your attention and all that, but I would give that as a given that you've already given that attention to you first. So now you just get to share with me, opposed to putting it out there. What do I think luck is? I could put definition that some other human being left down, but I'm going to still question that for myself. I'm not questioning the person that wrote that definition. I'm questioning the combination of words and say, does that resonate with me? Well, it inspires me to think that there could be different possibilities. Numbers weren't designed for just one way. There's many ways you can use those numbers and combinations. So I get it, Jaro. You have a mantra, what did we learn today? I think clearly. But as long as Jaro is doing that inside, after a while, I've been here long enough, I don't really necessarily need to hear it, but I know you're recording this. So maybe you're asking people that are going to view this down the road, what have you learned today? But that's like saying, are you obedient? Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Because then we must inherit a parrot and say every so often we'll pull its feather and say, okay, say the word. What have you learned today? The day is long and we could learn a lot of things in it, but we can also just go through the motions for the whole day. Did Mother Teresa do anything, or just her presence? So people thought she was actually doing something, because we watch shows like Cinderella and thinking, oh, the prince goes out with the princess. What's the day after? What's the week after? what are we going to do after we leave this recording? Are we going to do some research and find out, what Joel Game really can and cannot do, how he's putting a lot of effort into it? What's the word luck all about? What's Darlene going to do? Or is this kind of like a quick, we're going to meet each other at church for an hour. We're going to listen to some person just yip yap for purely entertainment purposes or amusement purposes. I might remember one thing and then maybe we'll get graded on it or maybe get questioned on it later on. And then maybe we think we're doing something, which we could be. But are we trying to assist each other to be better people, better humans? I don't get that impression personally. But that's my view. Doesn't mean that overrides everybody else. And I'm not interested in getting everybody else's vote so we can have a democracy. Say, well, 2 out of 3 people say we're learning something. It's an individual journey. And if you want to share out loud, so be it. If you want to hear out loud, so be it. You don't have to say the word amen, because so be it. It's kind of the same idea.
Mm. Mhm. So there's also the stories that are taught maybe to young Buddhists
Mhm.
growing up in Buddhist countries that if you if if you are patient in this life, then in the future life you will be born beautiful. So they have stories about beautiful persons, and they say, or they might say, why was that person born beautiful versus this other person that's okay, just nothing special.
Mhm.
And that
Definitely.
the beautiful person goes on to live a luxurious life, maybe a a trophy wife or something, or goes into modeling or becomes an actress or something. And then they would say, oh, the reason, maybe they say that a yogi that has clairvoyance or something can see back into their past and see, oh, in their previous life, they led a life where they required much patience and worked very hard and drudgery. And so they accumulated so much uh, merit that in this life they've turned that accumulation in and bought their beautiful looks that way or
Mhm.
something.
Well, there's the word luck, Joe, that we've been using, and then there's the word that I would use, earn. So if a person was appreciative of other people's beauty in many ways, whether it's financial, appearance, and all that, you might in a future, if people value this, in a future rebirth process, maybe you might become a sequoia tree or something along the way, because you just don't come back always as a human being. You'll come back in this form, in another form in this realm as that. If you resent people of dark skin, that's also you'll earn that too. So it's not always about your appreciation that will get it. What you resist will persist, and what you are gratitude will be rewarded. So now that person that spends time really appreciating for no other reasons, just be appreciation of another person that's beautiful, the way they speak, their purpose, because it's not always about pleasantries, guys. A person that actually is saying, cut through the way the person's talking and hear the message, because the message is within yourself. And if you are the kind of person that pays attention from within, you'll hear the other person speaking, and because you're listening from within. But if you're ignorant, that's your gift. You'll come back in another form. Doesn't matter if you're light skinned, dark skinned, male or female, as Jairo just kind of said, a Freudian slip, a trophy wife, really. So my reward is to come back into another life so I can kill another human being or have another person that adores me to no end. Really? So that would blow the whole ideal of being a monk then, because they don't have a trophy wife unless there's somebody's bitch. And then the monk, the Buddhist or whatever could say, look at all the trophy bitches I got. That's a funny story, which could exist, you know, because we do follow a lot of people more times than not aimlessly. You know, now the person that's a trophy wife might turn around and say, well, the reason why I choose to be a trophy wife, because I keep coming back into a form where women do all the work, but they don't get the reward economically. But if it was an equal pay, wouldn't most men be out of a job and be my trophy bitch? Probably. But unfortunately, we're always talking from the point of being conditioned in a male form. And even that, we never talk about being from a male form, from a color of skin that I'm not, or from a different culture. We always talk from ourselves, and we assume other people that look like us think like us, which they don't. And the only way you would know that is if you do enough investigation, and hopefully you're around a person that's honest enough with themselves. They could tell you, no, Joel, I don't think like you because I live in Toronto, Canada. Even if I wanted to, there's no way I could think like you, Joel, because you're Joel and I'm Dominic, and I've had different kinds of programs running at the same time within Toronto. Same with Gyro. Just because we're same color, skin color to a certain point, I don't think like you, never will think like you. There could be possibilities in the bump of the night that we might be lucky enough that maybe two things align up by luck or planned maybe, but I don't think it's planned more in that case than luck. So we both play tennis to a certain point. Okay. I can talk about, because I like sports in general, I'm not going to talk to Jaro about all the other sports I play, like broomball or lacrosse or all that kind of stuff. But I'm okay with talking about a particular sport. Like last week, I'll talk about Christianity. I'm not a Christian. I'm not interested in becoming anything like a Christian or a Muslim or a Buddhist, let alone worrying about whether or not I want to be Republican, democracy. But those are ways of people discovering you've chosen to be attached. So if you're attached, why are you wasting a lot of energy of trying to learn about the Buddhist teachings, unless you're just trying to be in another group? Jaro, you have so much attachments. I'm really surprised you even study Buddhism. Because unless you're willing to do the work, unless you're doing it just for soul, just to gather information, well, then study Hinduism. You probably have. Study Theosophy. Probably have. Study Christianity. Yes, just don't become attached to them. And how you know you're attached to them is when you start defending or attacking for it. An atheist is attached to the ideal of being an atheist. And most of them, they're usually from some sort of religion that didn't have any explanation, but yet they want to learn about being a science person, or they want to learn more about state. So it's not religion's fault. It could be humans' fault, because they don't know enough to tell their kids, there's only so much I know. It's your responsibility to a certain point. But most of us here are reacting. You know, you talk to a whole bunch of atheists. I'm a former Jew. It's a bunch of babies talking, but they're not. Talk to them and then start seeing them defending an attack. Well, they sound like another religious person. But to use the word atheism to justify it, well, I'm a secular. Okay, so now you're converting from one dogma to another. Well done. You haven't really done much yet. Yeah, but I'm a doctor. Still haven't done much yet. What do you mean? Don't people have to get sick for you to actually be valid? This is where humans think that they're so independent, where they're not. If anything else, you're so interdependent on the system. I need people to commit crimes to be a lawyer. Now, in the old days, if there was such thing as old days or certain communities, you only pay me when everybody's healthy in your community. That doesn't work economically today. I get paid when people are sick. Hey, you guys are all sick, so take this vaccine, the 20th one of it, because we charge so much per vaccine shot. Oh, so you're not really caring about the citizens' health. No, we don't care about that kind of stuff unless they're valuable, meaning that they spent a lot of money to become a doctor or learn, and they're going to send their kids. Well, then we're going to make sure that they're good slaves. Only way you're going to be a slave if you're a slave because you're unaware of how the mind works. So you're a slave to oneself. But once again, I'm yapping for the sake of yapping. And if I was having conversation with characters called Buddha and Jesus, I said, okay, so what are we learning here today, guys? Because they're going to write stories about you when you're no longer here. They're not be here to say, listen, that's not what I said. And what's all these people that's dressing like me or whatever they think I dress? You know, I've had this conversation, Jaro, with it. I think it's humorous that people don't realize they're attached. It's like when people talk about, I want to kill the ego. No, the ego has to be learned. You have to understand all its ins and outs. You have to learn how to play the game Monopoly, opposed to assuming that we put everything in the middle. There's nothing that says in the instruction that you put money in the middle. So people make up their own rules or use their own imagination. So then you're disrespecting the person that created the game. Then make your own game. You know, it's the same with voting. If you don't understand their rules, you're using your imagination how to think how the game is played. Now, whether or not I agree or disagree with their rules, it's still their rules. Enough people give them energy. So if they're Luciferians or they believe that we believe in abortions and all that, that's their game. And they'll make sure they'll have different people playing different sides, but it's still their game wanting the outcome. It's like, Jaro, when you read a book, there's lots of people that are behind that book being published, and you're the only person reading it. So you're one person competing with hundreds of people that edit the book, publish the book, reread and all that. So you're one person. You're Madonna. That's all you are. You're famous in your own little world. So why would I actually give you what, fame? I'm not going to give you a knee. I'll probably give you accolation. Well done, Jaro. You're able to learn how to sing, but you didn't invent the language. So don't go above reproach. You didn't create the instrument. And if you did, who gave you that ability to create that instrument? It's not humans. Humans aren't that smart. Because if they are, then am I supposed to assume that humans, if you're that smart, then you must be that dumb too, because you create wars? Or do you really create wars? It's all a possibility in my world. But in other people's world, that's the point. Prove it to me. I have nothing to prove to you. And same with you. You have nothing to prove to me. You can share with me. And I emphasize on the word share. But when I hear other people say, well, Dominic, you're arguing. I don't argue with people. I share with people. I might get a little bit foul mouth. And then there's other times I'm very kind and generous. I'm feeding squirrels. I'm talking to squirrels. Well, Dominic, I don't do that. That's exactly. There's only a few things you do. I do a whole bunch of things. But that makes me arrogant. That makes me an ego. But I'm okay with that. You know, that's why when people, they never share them. They talk about things like, well, Jesus. I don't give a damn about Jesus. He's not here. Unless Joel's name is Jesus. Okay, we're talking about Jesus the Joel. Buddha's not here. Muhammad's not here. Socrates not here. Plato's not here. Joan of Arc's not here. Caesar's not here. But yeah, we like to say the word, but I want to be in the moment. How can you be in the moment when you're projecting some ideal of some character that you've never seen? Well, then I might as well be talking about movies then. Oh, Luke Skywalker, this is what he said. Okay, so I'm living precariously through somebody else's persona. I know they're acting, but am I aware that I'm acting too? You know, what did Jaro get from reading a 700-page book? Not asking you to sum it out, but share with me tidbits if you want to, or a long story. What did you get from it? I don't need to hear, Jaro, and what value would it serve me as you're sharing with another human being who published the book, who read the book. If Jaro said, I read the book, I'm like, okay, I'm with you. So share with me, Jaro, what did you get from the book? Well, this is what Jordan Peterson, like I said, Jaro, if I'm talking to Jordan Peterson, I'm talking with Jordan Peterson. I'm not going to be talking about Jordan Peterson when he said, well, Dominic, I was on Joe Rogan. I said, I don't care about Joe Rogan. I'm here with you right now. What do you get from when you were talking to another character that could or could not exist? So when you say words like, what did you learn? What did Jaro learn? And then follow, then explain out loud. Dom, I'm going to lead and follow. What did I learn today? I learned today that Dominic can yip yap because I've been in his presence long enough. I do some hearing. I tune out. I'm thinking about playing tennis. These are all the different things you can share. And I'll be okay by hearing you, Jaro, because I'm not here to tell you if it's right or wrong. But most people are already doing that. That's the ongoing program running. They have their categories. This is my likes category, my dislikes category. This is my agreeing category. This is my disagreeing category. I try to avoid this one, and I would just want more of this. So I'm going to smoke more like pot and dislike pot, agreeing pot, but they're not ever questioning Do you ever question what you invite in your house on a regular basis? Well, no. So then why are you resisting the people outside then? Now, somebody could turn around and tell me, Dominic, I went to university. What? For philosophy? You waste a lot of energy and money at the same time. Now, I say that out loud to see whether or not they're going to challenge what I just said, but they'll get all defensive because it's all about them. So therefore, they must think, well, Dominic, but what about you? I said, a self-absorbed person now makes it about me. Boy, that's a hypocritical move. I'm only sharing for the sake of sharing. I've hit the tennis ball back to you to see what you're going to do with that. Now, if you want to win the game, then I'll just stand aside and just hit the ball over to me. If that's what you want, that's a child's game. Hit the ball back to me. Let's practice. I'm not here to have a game. I want to practice. I want to learn my strokes. I don't want to hear it. Now, if we want to shoot it down the line, I'm going to get a whole bunch of tennis balls. You're going to hit them to me, Jaro. I'm going to try to hit them down the line. I'm not hitting it back to you. But in this particular situation, I'm hitting the ball back and forth with you. Let's share with each other ideals. There's no, I can't tell you on your behalf. I can tell you on my part, there's not going to be no conclusion. So when I hear people talking about what's your point, I already know where they're coming from. Because I know me. I know there's times in my life I want to point, get to the point where so I can move on from it. But there's other times I kind of just want to sit here and bash ideals. Tom, can you live my life and then sum it all up and then tell me how I turned out from the age of 80 years old, how I turned out? I said, that's not my role. And you're asking me to leave my kingdom to do your job. Fuck. This is why we dishonor ourselves by giving a knee to somebody else's kingdom. You're not worthy enough to be my king. Then I'm dishonoring my own king. But people don't question that. And the reason why most people don't question it, because they don't got the balls to do anything about it, let alone really go inwards and say, okay, Dominic, but what about you? I said, I already told you I'm okay with my hypocrisy. I've done the work. I realize I'm not always going to do those things, if not barely those, but I'm okay sitting in my hypocrisy, but I'm still going to share.
Hmm.
No, I could have shared with a lot of things with Joel about going to Tokyo, and I've never been there before, but I've been to other parts of the world. But he had to experience it physically, so now he has something to share. But there's a good chance Joel could have shared a lot of the tidbits we did. But do we experience? If we value so much of physically experience, then we would have to explain, then why did they do pictures on YouTube? Because there's a lot of people out there that either can turn around and say, I will never have a chance to go to Tokyo, or I can value things from a senses from a monitor. You don't necessarily have to go in Canada. When I go, people say they went to Canada. I said, what part? What do you mean? I live in Canada most of my life, and I've never explored majority of Canada, and probably never will. But I've been in small little parts. So I've been in Toronto. So when somebody says I've been in Italy, I said, what part? I've been in Rome. What part of Rome? East end of it. Okay. It's the same thing here. People make this grand assumption that they've been everywhere in that place. Joel's in Tokyo. He might have an opportunity to go to more places in Tokyo than most of the citizens have ever done in a lifetime. Same in Florida. I've been in quite a few places in Florida, but I haven't been there for long periods of time. There's a difference too now, where somebody could say, Dominic, you've lived in Toronto for 20 years. Yes. I visit Toronto. I said, well, you've probably been in different parts of Toronto more than me, but I've lived there longer. So there's that. It's not a comparison. It's just an awareness of duration opposed to expansion. You know, the earth expands. Well, what about the duration of the earth? Two different things going on at once. But people will get caught up. Well, the earth is expanding and then it's going in. It's like a bunch of little mice talking with each other. Oh, but you got to listen to me because I'm a university professor. I'm a science. I'm like, wow, you're really humoring me. And I'm trying to give the fact that you're humoring me by using this voice. How important must you be to be a scientist? Well, so you really need everybody else to give you accolades? Really? You got a gun. You're going to shoot me? Well, yeah. Well, you better be prepared to shoot yourself. Why? Because there's another realm there, and I wouldn't want to know that you're a puppet on a string, because I'll fuck you over for the pure amusement if there is. If I value revenge. If not, well then, Dom, I don't believe in the afterlife. Well, then why are you putting a bullet to my head then for? Because your poor emotion got hurt. My poor little baby. But I'm doing this as an egotistical right now. Because really, even if I wanted to care for you, Jaro, or anybody else, it's not my responsibility. You're the only person that's ever been in there the whole time. It doesn't matter. You vote for your mom, your parents, for me or Joel. You're the only person that when you wake up, it's you. When you about to go to sleep, it's you. When you're in the shower, it's you. Now, if you turn around and say, well, I'm hearing voices. Well, we live in an age where you can wear a Bluetooth. So are you still hearing voices? Sure you are. You know, a person could turn around and say it was luck or misfortune that they hear voices. Well, if you listen to what's being spoken to you, that could be very fortunate. Oh, something's trying to tell me that not to go down that street. Well, then it's good to be a schizophrenic if you value that kind of stuff. So now the question is for you, Jaro, as I say it out loud, what have you learned today? You don't have to share that with me, but I'm going to put it out there. You can go inwards and say, okay, what did I learn today? I learned every Saturday morning that a bunch of guys get together. We talk about, you know, coffee talk conversation, you know, and then we talk about whatever the newspaper tells us to talk about. Well, I don't know if I'm going to be voting for left wing or right wing, you know, because it's important to vote because I feel as though I'm productive in humanity, society by allowing somebody else to be responsible. And then so this way we can complain about the laws that they make, which most politicians never make the laws. Those laws are already scripted somewhere else by probably high-tech programs or focus groups that they pay a lot of money, and the responsibility of the lawyers, how do you sell it? You gotta say, we're passing this new law.
Oh.
They're even telling you the words, we're passing the laws. We're not making the laws. We're passing the budget. We're not making the budget. Well, then what are you guys doing with all the money that you collect? Well, Dominic, Joel, Jaro, we do put it quite openly in plain sight. You guys just don't grasp it because you don't want to study it. Does it not say corporation behind all these things? Well, yeah. So it goes into a corporation. It would make humor of all the different stock markets in the world if you understood how corporations rake in trillions of dollars a day. All the churches are interconnected. All the oil companies are interconnected. All the governments are interconnected. But yet we think for some reason or another, but they need the money. No, money, the concept of money was an easier concept to work with than slavery. Because in slavery, you have to get slaves. You have to teach people to be masters. You have to feed them. You got to shelter them. With a piece of paper, we can print as much as we want. You guys will work like a dog to a whistle. And then it's your responsibility to go to one of our grocery stores, to one of our car dealerships, to one of our gas stations to give back the money we gave to you. So now we're running the system. So now the people, the gods are running a different system. They're running nature, they're running the water and all that. What government in the world would even have a fucking clue how to take the responsibility of running a mountain, a river? We, you know, each individual person don't even have a moment of time to be able to run the body that we're in, let alone the blood that's in there or the water. But yet arrogantly as humans, we think by voting for somebody else, he's or she's going to do any fucking thing is of indifference. Now, both of you guys are probably going to hear this and say, well, I'm still going to go back to the fucking same cheese that there's a trap to it, but there's no cheese. They're not ever questioning the self. Not me, because I'm nobody in the equation. But you do hear the words openly, passing budgets, passing laws. But you might think, or some people, like a lot of people, that's the energy. Well, then what is the purpose of a guy like Biden or Donald Trump? That's for you to figure out. If you value the concept that you want to be a sovereign being. If you don't, then continue being somebody's puppet. They're not your puppet master. They're puppets too. We all are when we're in these forms. But they're not understand, was our forefathers more gifted? Majority of them were because they knew they had to do many different crafts. Today, you might go and learn 1 or 2 crafts in one lifetime. Jaro, you work with programs in a computer, but you have a main computer and a program within you. And there's something running you on a regular basis, and it's not you, whoever you think you are or aren't. But you would have to question that first to come to that awareness. Oh, so I know everything I'm not. So why am I attached to those ideals? Because it's an illusion. But yet we reinforce it by saying democracy, Republican, isms, Marxism, and then we get caught up in one's good and one's bad. They're all the same.
Mm,
Same with emotions. They're all the same. We just express them different ways in different moments. I can't even say time.
mm, mhm.
I go on these rants, Jaro, to a certain point because I know you're recording this. I know there's a few people that probably watch it, but I'm not after, was it quantity? I'm after quality.
Mm,
It only takes one soul to hear this, and then they're on their own journey. I'm not looking for reinforcement. I don't give a billion Muslims could easily be misled. 100 million people that vote for democracy could easily be misled.
mm,
The fact that you're voting or choosing a religion tells me you're misled.
mm.
And then when you reinforce it, then you're playing that perpetual defense and attack. I'm going to defend my religion. Okay, so you honestly think somebody's attacking? It's like having a gun. You create a gun to use on humanity, then you're thinking, well, then who's worse and who's good then in that case? The person that's defending using a gun or the person that's attacking using a gun? It's the same perpetual cycle. And the fact that we create guns outside of maybe doing it to do a humane way to kill an animal, it's wasteful. Wasteful energy. A tank, wasteful energy. A fighter jet, wasteful energy. But people benefit from it. I said, yes, as long as there's people out there doing everything else for the mass by growing your food. But once enough people say we're all going to be in the military, well, then who's going to grow our food? Yeah, they think they're independent. In Florida, like Canada and Tokyo, we're all somebody's bitch. Look at how big the grocery stores are in these states and countries. But yet complain, well, I don't like the politician. What about the big corporations that are owned by these big families? They're the ones that are telling the politicians what to do and what not to do. That's why they're called nobles. That's why they're called peoples, because even in royalty times, even today, you need to surround yourself around a whole bunch of people that are nobles. We're going to give you land that you can use. We'll give you a lodeo right. You can build your big Exxon office station on one of our pieces of land because we rule it. We understand the rules of the game. We're not owners of land, we're rulers of land. You ever wonder why? When you're in a house, you got to pay a mortgage or pay rent. When you're in a car, you got to pay this and that. But when you walk out in nature, you don't got to pay for anything. You might have to pay for entrance. That's an illusion. You pay for entrance to go into a park, but you're not paying for every step you take. Nature is wild and untamed. We only pay for our needs, but we're also ignorant of our needs in the sense that we're not contributing in giving back to what we take. But then we bitch and complain when we talk about, well, GMO, oh my God, GMO, think about the reverse of that. I don't like what Bill Gates is doing with GMO. Really? So when are you growing your crops? Well, do you even know how to grow your crops? Oh. Well, Dominic, I'm a meat eater or I'm a vegetarian. Really? So when you go to eat your meat at the grocery store, do you think it was designed for you to eat a whole bunch of cows and one piece of meat? Well, no. So then why do you think it's healthy then making the comparison vegetarian opposed to meat eaters? Because even the vegetables, they're not all from the same place. Interesting. So therefore, on the theme that we're talking about today, Jaro, in a long way, in my way of pondering things, it does connect, and that's the only person I can base it on. There's a lot of luck going on then, because people aren't really thinking about or feeling, joining them together and say, well, maybe I'm erroneous in my views then. I'm not really seeing how the things are connected, like a map art. Like it's called map, no. Yeah, you map things. But I know how to read a book. Okay, so you know 1 degree. Do you know how to comprehend a book? Well, I don't know. Why is there some people that can read a couple of words in each chapter and comprehend the book way more than a person that spent hundreds of hours reading the book over and over again? Because they don't have the gift of comprehension. It's no offense to them, only if they think they're trying to force a square into a circle. What did you learn today, Jaro?
Hmm?
What did you learn today, buddy? I'm only repeating what I hear you say, buddy. What did you learn today?
Today?
No, what did you learn today? Not we. What did you learn today?
Wow. I learned today that it's all a mystery, and yet it's been figured out by saying that roughly luck would be well we wish to acquire uh good luck or fortune, and so we play the odds, and so we whatever works for us, and then we say if we continue doing the same things over and over, then maybe in the farther future it'll bring us good luck, good fortune by being kind to others. It seems to work out that it'll bring us good luck, versus if we're nasty to others, then people stay away from us, and if we're responsible, then we things like that. So we but then the word luck, it sounds like it's something that happens to us that is out of our control, and that it happens suddenly. Oh, I got hit by a car. Oh, bad luck. And then so we view it as luck. So, and we give it a label like, oh, it's bad or good or neutral and things like that. So it's very, very interesting, very immensely complicated. And I guess you could introduce some sort of cause and effect, like karma. You could say that all the way we think and act and do and speak, then it affects us in the far future, or it accumulates positive energy that'll attract good fortune to us, maybe.
I'll give you an example, Gerald. Sorry, I'll give you an example. You're with a person that's a crooked person. They've always been crooked more times than not. All of a sudden, they show you a moment of kindness. From your perception or somebody observing you, they might say, from that particular person's, they were lucky today. From the other person's perception that's always been crooked, they have an agenda. So Joel didn't luckily just get to go to Tokyo. Joel didn't control the situation. He planned his trip to Tokyo. So now, control is an illusion that most people don't realize. If you realize you don't control your body, you don't control anything. You could do harmony with it. So in this case, there's planning. There's people that plot. There's people that have an agenda. There's people that plan. But from a third person's view, when you look at something, they can say, that was lucky. What do you mean? It was lucky that you didn't get hit by a car. I said, maybe. But then you talk to the person that was driving the car. I said, I had enough skill at the last minute to maneuver around him. So it wasn't luck on their part. So this is why there's an interaction. People just assume there's a blanket statement because they're only thinking from themselves. So they perceive only one side of the picture, where you're not the one that's experiencing not getting hit by a car. So knowing that, then you have to ask the other person that was participating, both the person that almost got hit by a car and the other person that avoided them. When it's you, you can only talk from you and say, I was lucky, not they were lucky. Because if they were lucky, then I have to ask the other person that's in the equation and say, so what about you? A guy that's watching a guy on doing a snow, and there's an avalanche, and he gets lucky that he doesn't fall in it. But then you have to talk to them and say, well, I'm a professional skier and I purposely did that avalanche, so he knows what he's doing. Or the other ones where it was misfortune, then you would have to be able to talk to nature now and say, we didn't take it personal. What do you mean? We gave that person a lot of signals that a tree was going to fall down in the forest, but he didn't listen inwards. So the tree had to fall anyway. So he just happened to be in the wrong place for him, not for us. This is why when people complain about nature, no, you choose to build a house on stilts. There's a reason for that. Why? Because every so often that particular area, the rivers overflow. But yet you want to live in that area, like building a house in Malibu on a cliff. You can insure it all you want, but your insurance is based on, I know it might happen. Now, if I want to rebuild in the same place, that's up to me. But outside of that, it's a clever game that we play. Some instances, it is luck, Jaro, but a lot of instances, it's planning, it's strategize. There's so many words to describe it. I'm just trying to, without rambling on.
Mhm.
You know, same with faith. That's why I brought in the word faith. People put value in something as the unknown. So some people would put faith in something like Darlene was saying that she didn't put faith in it, but because in the end she revealed herself. I don't believe, and the way she said it in her energy was she thinks it's humorous that people value a god called Fortuna, but people do value that stuff. People are motivated by things that they can't see. So they figure I'm going to die in about 3 years, so I want to do something with my life. Well, you've never experienced that, but you use it as motivation. You don't see the language you use. So then how can you say, well, I don't believe in the unknown? I think it's a fairy tale. I said, well, then the language we use must be a fairy tale then. What do you mean? You don't see it ever, but we're using it. I'm using the word God of Fortuna. I'm not seeing a creature. This is where people think that when they talk about the word Jesus, what, you're seeing him? No, you're seeing a picture that can easily be manipulated, that he looks like he has a beard and all that. But that's just a distraction, because let's say he did or she did exist. What was the teachings? Because I can't be them, but I can emulate the teachings. This is why when people say, I'm not Michael Jordan, they're saying that repetitively, because the truth of the matter is, if there is a truth to all of that, you can't be them if you wanted to be. You're not that person. You could have the name Michael Jordan, but you're not that person. You're not that energy. All snowflakes, so they say, are different. But from the outside, it looks like it's snow. All humans are different. Now, there is a certain physical appearance. There's only so many appearances that we have. And you can see a person that's very similar, that looks like you, but there's so many other parts that are running in the details. That's not them and that's not you. Even twins, if you really try to question twins, ask them a simple question. Which one here writes right-handed and which one writes left-handed? And more times than not, they do have different hands that they write with, because that's hemispheres. They think it's a perfect twin. No, your hemispheres have split. That's why when you talk to a twin, one more times now will say, I'm right-handed and one's left-handed. So that tells you why one's more creative and the other one's more logical. But we take it for granted because they're twins. You can even say the same things that are, they're not twins, but they're born in the same womb at the same time. But it's one of those things, Jaro, we don't question the stuff that comes into our presence. We just take it for granted. And then we wonder why when people talk, well, religion is a dogma. Well, if you're ignoring all the ins and outs and the parts of the language you're using, then that's a dogma too. Most people don't realize English is a meaningful language. Meaningful language. It's not a comprehension language. Well, Dominic, you're using words. I said, that's why people have arguments, because their ego's saying, my way of seeing the language, or in this case, the one word cool, this is what it means. I said, there is no truth to one word unless you go inwards with the energy, and it probably will show you frequency and vibration, but then you would have to explain all the other frequency and vibration. You know, people get stuck on 440 and 432. There's many frequencies. Let alone, why are we using the word 440, let alone 432 or 621 or the word A or the symbols that the Hebrews use? Or the Jews too, if you want to put them involved. Because that's what letters are. That's what numbers are. They're symbols. What's the finger that you're holding up in the air and you call it a finger? It's a symbol. What's the thing outside that you call a tree? It's a symbol. And me and Joel and you, Jaro, can speak in different language, but we point to that object, the symbol, and we could explain to ourselves, well, he must be talking about a thing that we call in our language a tree. but I can't argue with you about it because I don't understand your language. No different when I speak with people, you can't comprehend what I'm sharing through my comprehension. So then why are you arguing with me? That's why I tell people debating and masturbation is better done alone. Unless you're so egotistical and you want to do it out loud. So then why don't you pull out your wiener and masturbate in front of everybody? Because that's what you're doing with your debates. And then they wonder why I say you're a child still, because it's your emotion that's not developed, that's out there. Well, Dominic, but I'm right. To who? I gotta laugh because outside of me crying, I gotta laugh. It's still an emotion. Well, that's the wrong way to do that. To who? Well, this is the way I do it. Joe, I'm an electrician. I've been an electrician for, well, that's one of my personas. I used to tell people I had a vest on. I take it off, give it to them. Then you do it. If you're so sure what you're doing is right, then you do it. Why the fuck am I here? I don't need to be here. Well, don't you need money? I said, no, I don't. I might need what I can buy, but I don't need money. It's not like Gilligan Island where money, I can use it for many different things. No, I can't. I can't build a boat with it. If I did, how much would I need?
Mm.
You know,
So,
this is, go ahead, Charles.
so let's see if I can express something here. Let's see. So I imagine that there's all these minds, separate minds in bodies, is sentient beings, and they're perceiving things happening to them. And so when the things happen to them that cause anguish, then they don't understand how it happened, and it happened suddenly, then they would label that as bad luck. And when things happen suddenly and they don't know how it came about, like they didn't do it, it just sort of happened. Maybe somebody brought them something, and they don't understand how they could have earned that. It's just like a gift. Then they might label it as good luck or good fortune or whatever. And so we go on living like that, seeing everything as either good luck, bad luck, neutral luck, and good fortune, bad fortune. And we try to figure out how can we live in order to bring about more good fortune. So we go study uh, wise people and see how they figured it out, if they figured it out, and so and things like that, or maybe the Stoics, or maybe yeah, people like that that have written and said, look, this is what's worked for me, and so we try it out, and then but then what if we look at it this way? There's no good luck nor bad luck nor neutral luck. Is the way we perceive it. So if we perceive something as good or bad, if we just maybe work on perceiving bad luck as good, as there's good in it, and good luck as maybe there's a hidden bad luck in it, then maybe we be more equanimous. Maybe we see more evenly instead of and be less reactive, and maybe handle things more calmly if we treat things that has that looks like good luck for me, but that could have a hidden potential of turning out to be bad luck. Maybe by seeing it as good luck, then we uh, we strive to gain more of it, maybe develop an attachment to it or something, and then that turns into a bad luck in the long run, or a bad outcome.
It could be, Jaro, or you could be using at that point no more luck as much as wisdom and understanding. So when you go inwards and you get wise counsel, you're talking to your feminine side. You can validate it by talking to another person that is wise and they just know how to share out loud. Where sometimes you can see somebody do a wise action. Wisdom meaning that there's discernment. You know that when you're harming another person, there's going to be rewards and consequences. That's wisdom. Now, so a person can turn around and say, but Dom, that's wrong. I said, I don't know what your rules of right and wrong is. So now if you should tell me what right and wrong is based on your language, then what I did and the way you described it, then therefore it must be wrong what I did. But until then, this is why when people say laws are created, man-made laws are created for the people that aren't wise or understand. Now, somebody could turn around and say, but I am wise. I have discernment. I know that I don't agree with the system. And I know that I'm going to have to be clever and make sure nobody knows I'm doing it. That's still wisdom. But are they understanding? Meaning that, are you okay if that's done to you? If they say yes, well, then you're okay with your hypocrisy. See, Gerald, you're using the word luck in a sense that you're not putting any thought to it. You've been given the gift of thought and reason. Same with wisdom and understanding. Whether or not you choose to use it, or for some people, if not a lot of us, we use more one than we do the others. Most people rather believe in a system than try to know of the system, or let alone understand the system. You know, so when somebody says, son, go get wise counsel, that's from within. Your ancestors, in this case, your mother, your father, your community can probably show you how it's done in the physical, but that wisdom is from within. But if you think it's this luck, well, then I'm not going to take a chance on you, Jaro, if you're using the word luck to drive this really expensive Ferrari in Formula One. I'm just not going to give it to you. Whether you understand or not, I'm not going to give it to you because I don't base it on luck for somebody to drive that expensive car. Now, somebody else say, yeah, but I want to do it. I said, well, that's a little child that's having a tantrum. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to put you on a rocket ship to go up to the moon based on luck. Now, one individual person might not necessarily be the person that created the Ferrari or the rocket ship. There's usually a lot of beings involved in that. Same with the language. It's not just one God called a God of fortune. There's many gods that are working. Now, did they experiment with the human race? Well, we probably weren't called the human race initially. So we probably did have animal heads on the body and all that. And then they started splitting us and giving us different, two of everything except for one heart, you know, maybe unless you're Doctor Who. So we have been experimented with. And we literally could have been the ones that doing the experiment. And then once we're done it, we jump into it. You know, it's like the concept of consciousness. You know, I want to be able to put consciousness into something else. Well, isn't that what they're doing with our fruits and vegetables? They are manipulating it. There's a lot of fruits and vegetables that are no longer truly what they were designed to adhere to, well, how we were designed. So the outcome could be based on luck, but I think there's a lot of strategy behind it. But most of us, the masses, we're too busy just using these devices. We're not really understanding if there's a problem. Like you get to experiment, Gyro, with playing with some programs within a laptop or a computer. You might even do some soldering, but you're not really going to get to that point. You're going to understand, well, aren't all the pieces on the chips set up like the cities are? And even that, how does that serve? Because energy has to bounce or travel, whether for underground or above. You know, like lightning is both above and below. So when we hear as above, so below, we're realizing we're in Middle Earth, not Middle Earth under the ground, Middle Earth that we're here between the upper and the lower. So for you, you're going to understand certain things. Same with me, I understand certain things, but I'm hoping that I can grasp the essence of the thing, which that hope could be also luck. But I would like to think that for me to maintain it, it's not solely based on luck. Some information, I did trip over by luck, but I would like to think I can grasp some of it. And once I start understanding some of its parts, I might go into a state of silence because I realize, Dominic, you've got certain pieces now they're not going to grasp you. So then why are you wasting energy talking? And don't be clever by thinking if you get somebody else to write it, they're just revealing they don't grasp it. Wisdom doesn't come from written work, let alone does it come from oral works. Hence why somebody would say, son, go get wisdom, get wise counsel. That's from within. Not because I told you, go get wisdom. You're going to figure out what wisdom is. Discernment. Oh. So if I take from nature, is that explains why sometimes it overflows the earth with the water? Yes. It's its way of like a dragon said, listen, I could throw a flame at you and kill you, but you wouldn't learn nothing. But if I strike you with my tail, you're going to remember that wound. Now, you're either going to learn to know your place, or you're going to play this game of, well, I'm going to get that dragon later on. So you're going to learn envy and jealousy and revenge. You're still going to learn something. Because we're all in the play. Lucky this is not the real realm, but people like to use the word reality. Oh, look at me, Dom. This is reality. Well, then who taught you how to breathe? Where do you see the language? Come on, let's go. Hustle. I want to hear you're a professor. Hustle. Where do you see the language? Well, well, Dom, you're just playing a clever game. I thought I thought that was a given. But then we spend too much time worshiping. Oh, look at Elon Musk. Look at all these Hawkins. Hawking was a cripple in a sense that we don't even know whether or not there was an AI running the whole time. And even if it was, wouldn't we spend time trying to get to know him? Well, you can't get close to him. He's such an important person. Well, he's like a statue now. Well, then how does that benefit humanity in our development? Even if we wanted to rebel against gods, how is that going to help us collectively? Because if we're rebelling against our creator, aren't we going to rebel against its creation? Dare not have that conversation with the Christian because they'll spend too much time defending or attacking. I'm like, you're wasting a lot of energy. The fact that you said you're a Christian, it's a waste of energy on my part. For me, because I don't go around telling people what I think I am or ain't. That's just another persona. I'm a Muslim. I'm a Buddhist. I'm a Christian. I'm a liberal. I'm a right winger. Those are all your personas. And what value does it bring to another human being when you hear, wow, he's a Christian. Wow, geez, I was thinking of joining a group soon. Me and Jar were just thinking of joining the tennis club, but maybe I'll join this Christian group. Why? Because I see some economic benefits to this. How so, Dom? Well, I'm an electrician and I can sell my wares. Really? Interesting. But how does that help your personal growth as a spiritual being? Oh, no, I just want my material gains. I want to make sure I'm in a nice house, have a nice car, or at least a car that drives. The pursuit of something, Jaro, is more the attachment than actually obtaining it. I can want to be a better person, but yet how would that work if everybody else is not striving for that? So then I'm going to be a lone wolf, and that'll be my settlement. Well, at least I'm better than everybody else. Well, I can just use my imagination to think that way. And how many people think that, oh my goodness, that person must really like me? Why? Because I told them I agree with them. Really? How do you not know they're just giving you showmanship? Well, my son must love me. Well, do you ever give him a chance to let other human beings show them affection and love? Well, why would I do that? I said, the fact that you just said that tells me why. Because if you're going to say why, that's a philosophy inquiry. Why? Why would I do anything? But the way the person says it, why? It's kind of, they already know. I wouldn't do that. It's like when people say, I don't care. Well, then tell me what you do care about. Because it's easy to say you don't care, let alone say you care. But what do you care about? Do you care about living? Do you care about breathing? Do you care about eating? Do you care about the homeless? Do you care about the rich people? Do you care about reading books? Do you care about talking about things? This is just me yapping. And I don't think I even wrote, my yapping would probably fit under maybe a 300-page book at most. And there'd be a lot of rhetoric along the way, but I don't go around saying da, da, da all the time. And then leave blank pages on the right side. I'll even throw some colors in there. Mm. You know, in the old teachings, if there was old teachings, people that were priests or whatever, and could even say probably among monks and Buddhists, people that want to be like, become a Buddhist or something, there was a lot of philosophy in all of that. Even in math, there was philosophizing. What are all the different things we can do with numbers? What is the purpose of my existence? Not the purpose of life, because we exist within the planes of both of them. And even that's an inquiry. How do you know, Dom? That's for sure. I'm just saying it in a way that motivates me. Now, if somebody turned around and said, well, Dom, but the way you make it sound like as though that's the way it is, I said, that's what motivates me, because saying it is one thing, maintaining is another thing, inquiring about it, taking it apart is another thing. You were probably taught how to disassemble a gun and put it back together. Well, if I assemble it, why do I have to take it apart? Because we want to know if you can clean it. Can you clean those thoughts? There's a lot to be said about the training of military. Not just the outcome of that you might have to one day shoot another human being, because that's another can of worms if you like to go fishing eventually. But how many people would actually ask their captain, so why do I have to do this? Get in line, Gyro. We're after obedience here. We're not after questionnaire people. You want to philosophize? Do that outside the military. Oh, so then how did you get to that ability to know to condition people to become obedient? Wow, that's okay. So I got the wrong person. That's above me. So bye. Now they can even threaten you and say, well, if you do that, it's going to be mutiny. I'll take my chances. But how many people would actually do that when they've already revealed themselves? You're already there. You're going down the aisle of military. So, you know, why would you change your direction when most people don't see from left to right? They see forward and backwards. And most people try to deny going backwards. So they think life is always a forward thing. And then look surprised when they have diabetes, cancer, and all that. They think that's done by luck. Well, I was living a healthy life. How can you say you were living a healthy life when you're working 12 hours a day? You eat like a pig. You have all these emotions that you don't ever really share with anybody outside. So that gets all bottled up inside. And you're thinking doing a couple of acupuncture will do relief all that? No, it doesn't work that way. But if you're basing it on luck, then you're one of the misfortunate ones to get cancer. Forget about the fact that the person actually puts himself in harm's way, the way they talk, the way they sleep, the way they eat, and all that kind of stuff. That's luck to a lot of people, Jaro, because for most people, it's word only. Dare not put a meaning to it. It's still word only. Dare not have a whole bunch of people agree or disagree with me. It's still word only. Because how does it benefit the person that's saying it? And that's an individual journey. Well, Dominic, I say that because it makes me feel good. But is it helping you? Because it feels good knowing that you would like to eat all your chips in one sitting, but is it healthy for you? No. So then, Dominic, if you're aware of that, what are you doing? I'm being a hypocrite. What do you mean? Am I really being a hypocrite? Because I'm not telling one person it's healthy for me. So I'm not even being a hypocrite in that moment. I'm just being honest with my disparity. Hypocrisy would be me saying, well, yeah, Jaro, I don't do that all the time. No, Dom, you do it all the time. So then at that point, I'd be a hypocrite. I'm telling you one thing, I'm doing something else. Where I'm actually telling you, I'm trying to put them in the same room. Jaro, I eat a bag of chips like it's a meal. Is it healthy for me? No, it isn't. Forget about whether or not the next word that comes out of the other person, then don't do that. It's not your responsibility to tell me what to do or not do. You can tell me, is it working for you, Dom? Not really. Are you going to do anything about it? Well, obviously I am doing something about it. What do you mean? I'm eating a bag of chips. That's honesty right there. This is not me telling somebody else telling me what I should or shouldn't do. It's a wasted energy when they start doing that, when a person's trying to be honest with themselves out loud. This is why people get into debate. You're going to debate me on my views. That's a wasted energy. For you to do that to me and for me to defend and attack myself, that's wasted energy. I've just shared you my truth in that moment. If down the road I choose to change that, that's up to me, because even changing it, there's the maintaining part about it. It's like when people say, I want to lose weight. I said, what do you do when you lose keys? Well, you're going to try to find your key. What do you think the body's going to do when you lose weight? It's going to try to find itself back to the way it was. Unless you try to understand for yourself, there must be other parts that are not running in harmony. The emotions, habits, you're not truly living fulfilling in your own life. I can say that for myself. So I don't need somebody else to tell me you're angry or you're frustrated. Anyway, are you tired, Gyro? You're sleeping. You stayed up all late last night, I could tell. And now you're asleep. He doesn't even know he's here. Joel, are you still here? No, you're not. Nobody's here then. I'm yapping to myself into the recording. Let him sleep. Well, Joel, if you're still here, have a good day. Gyro, I'm going to leave a note. Have a good night. Have a good sleep. You're up then. Have a good sleep, my friend. It sounds, you probably were up like again last night late, so you probably need the rest.
Say hello, John boy. Say goodbye, Dominic.
Good
Say
morning and good night.
good morning, Joel. Good night, Joel in Tokyo. Lucky guy.
What's
Lucky
that?
bastard.
No, he's not a bastard. He's probably enjoying himself with his wife,
Oh.
and he's getting to explore a different culture. And Joel's, I get the pressure from Joel. What's that?
And he planned it.
I would think so, yeah. We planned to meet Horatio there. Yeah.
It was in his fate to go there.
Hmm,
He'll
maybe.
find a Zen master.
Well, okay, I know you pack up again, but faith is designed. You can put faith into something. You can put faith in the unknown and the known. And yes, Joel, probably if you did a lot of planning, there could be put some faith in it. Obviously, the fact that you got to go not jump into it, but go into a plane, you have to have some sort of faith that the pilot and everybody involved did their part. So there is a little bit of faith in there, and then you can see it in the patterns and all that where he did make it, because sadly there is people, it doesn't always come to fruition where their plane does get to the destination. So, but that's few and far between. But it just keeps us to be aware those things do happen. Because then if not, then we would get comfortable or then not realize there is people that come along and just does challenge us for the sake of challenging. I try not to make it personal, Gyro. And when I do, that's usually my emotion that gets carried away. Like even last week, I had a chit chat with Mike. It was personal for him. And it got personal with me because it was never asked to me, Dominic, are you a Christian? It would have been a simple no. So then why are you sharing that with me unless you just want to share out loud because it's also being recorded? But I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. It might sound that way, but I'm full of crap, which sometimes I am. Or I'm being sincere when I say I'm not here to convince anybody else. I'm sharing out loud. The Buddha could have been just being sincere, I'm guessing at this point, being sincere in his pursuit of trying to find something, and everybody else just took it the way they did. Oh, then Buddha, you have something new for us to do. Was it working before for you when you were doing whatever that person was doing? Well, what happened once that person is no longer around? Who's going to do it for you? Well, I am. So then why do you have to follow me? Now, if the teaching brings value to you, because even when I say the word teachings, it's like thoughts. They're not mine to own. It's mine to experience. So whoever puts words together, it's for me to experience. It's like listening to music. I can listen to music. Whether or not I play it or I just hear it, it's mine to experience it. It's not mine to own it. Now, humans can do whatever they want. They can put copyrights and all that. I'm like, okay, so you're going to put a dam. Eventually, that water is going to overflow, and it's going to say, you're going to make it worse for the communities down there. Same with music and poetry. It's there to experience it. And when you can experience something without any attachments to it, or at least become aware that you are attached to it, you're going to perceive things a little bit in more harmony. You're not going to be talking about, oneness or duality. They just exist. How you want to perceive it, so be it. But you don't have to explain to other people, well, I don't agree with the people that think it's one. And I don't agree with the people that think it's duality. That is what it is. And even the words I'm using, it's another word. And somebody could say, well, Dominic, am I supposed to follow you? I said, no, those are the words I use. But I didn't create the language. I'm just using the language.
Mm.
People don't get disturbed when they read a book as much as they do if they hear somebody else's voice, because books are usually written in black and white more times than not. Voices have different tones to it. So somebody could be full of, misleading information and have a very soothing voice. And meanwhile, somebody else could have a very, I don't know, rough voice. And then the person says, but I don't like the way he's talking. So I could say the same thing with book covers. I don't like the way the book covers. I like hard covers opposed to soft covers. Okay, so the information that's in there is of no value. I think ABC sung a song like that one time. Vanity or something. You love based on the look of the cover. Something like that. I'm not doing justice to it. Opposed to the contents. That's why people put value on is written by so-and-so and they got to put PhD. Oh, what is that? Who cares if you're PhD? That's right up there, right at the very top right-hand corner, top left-hand corner. Best New York Selling Times book. Okay, so what does that mean? You sold 4 books during that 1 week that nobody else was able or allowed to publish a book. So now you get that classification. That's right up there. I was the McDonald's Employee of the Month. They give that every 12 times a month? Well, yeah. So what have you accomplished? You've accomplished misleading yourself, let alone others, opposed to, well, what's in the book? Well, it has lots of pages. Well, that's a given. Lots of words, that's a given. There's numbers, that's a given. There's the index, that's a given. So, but what's in the book besides all those givens? What did you get from that book? What was the gift that you got when you opened up that book? You started flipping all the pages, or you sat in the room with Anthony Robbins and you listened to him talk about, I'm going to teach you something that you should have already known for yourself, and I'm just going to mislead you by saying, I can motivate you. I can't maintain it, but I can motivate you. You like eating your cheesies when playing video game? I'm going to motivate you. What do you mean? I'm going to move the cheesy from the couch to the table, and you really want those cheesies, and I'm not going to be your mother by giving it to you. You're going to get up and you're going to go across the table and you're going to grab those cheesies. So have I done anything really different except for just moving your cheese? Anthony Robinson goes on with the story. I can only be curious about this when I say this. Use my imagination more than curious. When he says, yeah, I lived in this basement when I was poor. I said, yeah, but Anthony, did you ever share with anybody, maybe the basement that you were living in, it was one of your buddy's big mansion, had a billiard and had a 4-bedroom in that one basement? Well, Dominic, I can't give them that story because I just give people what they want to hear. They think living in a basement is poor, but how poor were you when you're living in that basement? You were rent-free. Now, I'm guessing at that point, but that story could easily be manipulated. And the person could say, was the manipulation what I shared, or was the manipulation that what he shared? Because nobody really asked him to elaborate. What was the size of that basement? Because you're a tall guy, Anthony Robinson. You're also a handsome guy. So don't you already have certain criteria that we've been programmed to accept or repel against? It's like when a woman sits there and she's very attractive looking biology-wise, certain appearance to her, and she's speaking about something like, oh, it's really boring, but something, most people are going to get caught up in the biology part of it. And vice versa, where a woman says, I'm not as attracted to the program, and most of us are into it, but I'm sharing golden nuggets after golden nuggets, but people just can't see past my appearance. Then they wonder why but Dominic, I'm not attached. Okay, you're not attached. Tell me how that turns out. And then we can say the word good luck. Anyway, Jaro, I did say earlier, and I just went on again. So this is me yapping, and now this time I'm going to say, have a good day, sleep or rest, Jaro, whatever one you need the first. And then I'll probably chit chat with you a little bit by sending you something on Facebook. And if you ever tell me you don't want to receive any of those things from Facebook, please share that with me, Jarl, because I do it because I'm making the assumption, because I enjoyed it, that maybe you might enjoy it. But if you don't, please don't be shy to say, Dominic, thank you, but I'm not interested in that stuff. You know, because there's some stuff you share with me. I should tell you, Jarl, and I'll tell you right now, I'm not interested in political stuff. I will try to understand it myself when I feel pulled to do it, but I'm not really interested in who's voting and who's running for politics in Florida and America, personally. But I do thank you for sharing information. So, good night, buddy.
Uy, I forgot this in the meeting.